starting covenant with another game of Total War 3 Kingdoms. We're here with Lu Bu's faction, the Duchy of Yin, the wise Prime Minister, the righteous Prime Minister, Lu Bu, warrior without equal. Here with Liu Xie, Gao Shun, you know, a whole bunch of heavy hitters. Zhu Huang's here. Zhu Huang is here. And we are fighting Zhao Yun. That's right, everyone's favorite boy is here. And, you know, they've got 2 stacks plus a garrison, but we've got 3 full stacks, and we are going to rip them into pieces. It is going to be great. And afterward, we shall turn our eyes to Dong Zhuo. Hey, good morning, Vikings King. We have an awesome map here, wide open spaces, room for our enemy to make a big mistake. We are going to have a great time. We got a ton of cav archers, of course. We probably drop the spears here and have them leave just to free up space for other people on the field, right? But we've got these horse archers, which do great damage due to Wu Yun being around with them. And, you know, all of these guys, well, not you, are pretty good at fighting. He's got Nature's Ally, though, so yeah, he'll just be around there to give Strider, as is tradition. And we'll fight, like, right here. Oh, they have cav archers too. It's all right. We're just gonna eat a couple of shots. It's about sending a message, right? We actually, due to our high armor, barely get punished for this, but very careless, very reckless. No, I want to duel Zhao Yun. No, I want to duel Zhao Yun. Let's go! Zhao Yun versus Liu Xie. A match for the ages. I bet Liu Xie wins without assistance. But we'll never have to know. We'll never have to know. Zhao Yun gets absolutely tuned up, just absolutely schwammered by the mighty hand of Liu Xie. He's everyone's favorite boy, but there's only so much you can do in a situation like this, which is, of course, nothing. Lu Bu's gone berserk. Nobody knows why. Is he like oath sworn to Zhao Yun or something? But Gao Shun takes the duel with Tianyu. I can't say anything. I just know sometimes I say it even worse than normal. But he needs to get out of there. He's not meant for these engagements. And Gao Shun is beating the brakes off of him. And Zhu Huang wants to duel too, you know. If you guys want to brawl, if you are feeling as if you are brave, then we will show you. So, Zhao, you want to duel Liu Xie? Very well, I accept. Glorious work. I love a bunch of brave guys. That's my idea of a good time. You find you want to duel Gao Shun? Yeah, sure, dude. We'll duel all of you. This is what it's all about. This is what it is all about. Overwhelming strength. And getting our cav shot up for free. It's actually fine that we're doing that, though. Shu Hong emerges victorious. Liu Xie is obviously going to win here. Theoretically, this guy could be like Oathsworn and might get a boost, but yeah, Gao Shun just rips him up. But yeah, look at that. Yeah, 3.9k AP with 40 swing speed. Yeah, Gao Shun, what a monster. What a monster he is. Oh, glorious day. Gao Shun wins 2 duels. Baller. Okay, cool, cool. He is called the Knight, I think. And he is very adorable. He is great stuff. Are you familiar with Hollow Knight at all, Ellie? Because it's like if I knew somebody was going to be watching the Steel Soul as like the first Hollow Knight, then like man, I should have talked to more people. This story and like the storytelling is really like I really like it. It's very elegant, and it uses like a bunch of really cool environmental stuff. But on Steel Soul, since I'm just like so concerned with trying to not like get popped. Alright, and now that we've won all the duels. And now it's time to get the infantry into battle. They've got their horse archers, and we've got ours. We were just sort of like letting their horse archers shoot at our horse archers. Not great. We also used our horse archers to engage their archers that were at foot. That is great. That was good. I don't regret that. We have way more shot cav here than is, strictly speaking, perfectly useful. But it is going to work a treat right here. And we'll see how great a big cav charge is at just getting rid of all of these fools, right? Because they're en route, and now, of course, what could be done in a moment will be done in 3 moments. We leave them unbroken. So Hollow Knight's great. The genre is called a Metroidvania, so like Metroid plus Castlevania. So based on exploration, on sometimes having a place where like you're supposed to go, but very often just, oh yeah, we're gonna hit a blazing roar for a negative 100 morale here, and then crumble all this. And our capable infantry just running roughshod over them. And we have our incredibly heavy metal, heavy swordsmen. They're fighting against guys with great swords, of course. Not perfect. Let's get somebody around the side here to flank them. And we're going to throw a firebomb at these dudes. I've never used this ability before. Oh my goodness! Wow, wow, wow. That's a lot of damage. Okay. That's pretty good. But yeah, because I only played Hollow Knight, well, you watched the video so you'd have heard, but yeah, just like the one time. And then It was like, why not play it on hardcore? But you know that I'm like that sometimes. You know, I'll play a game, then I'm like, why not the big difficulty? I mean, there's harder things than playing on Steel Soul, right? But now we need to chase down these White Horse Raiders, and there's more of them coming in. We don't have any, like, traditional archers, which are the best way to deal with cavalry archers, is to be patient enough for them to arrive at you. The second best way is other, better cavalry archers. Artillery in this game really isn't a great solution for cavalry archers, but here, they're trying to get away, but our light cav gets in. Our light cav, our very heavy cavalry, actually. These guys have such big evasion stats, so they're actually pretty hard to deal with anyway, but even once you catch them. And they get out, but of course that's the breaks. That's what evasive cavalry are all about, right? Just keep them moving. What are they gonna do? Of course, our cavalry are bonkers. These guys have 100 armor from the front. They have 73 armor and then 27 from their shield. That's 100 armor, and I don't know if it even caps. I think it just reduces all their non-armor piercing damage. We also have 60% shield, right? And 50% missile resistance in general. I think we could probably just like stand there and let every archer that doesn't have a crossbow shoot us with those guys, and they would just run out of ammo. But what a great fight. Can't believe all those fools took those duels. Get wrecked. I mean, sorry, they're very brave and I respect that. Gao Shun gets a couple of duels. We're gonna get him a fine wife soon. Someone left a comment about how we needed to get him something to continue the family line, you know. They really like Gao Shun, and I was like, you know, that is a great idea. We should. Every thug needs a lady, as this song says. Not the kind of song you might think it is if you don't know it. It's by Alkaline Trio. And we claim victory. Take that, Zhao Yun. You're off the list. And for that, we have achieved the 5 tigers. The 5 tigers, 5 is an auspicious number in China, right? So the 5 tigers are the 5 tiger generals of Shuhan. So they're 5 guys that worked for Liu Bei, and they were all very good at things. They are Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Zhao Yun here, and then Huang Zhong, who originally works for Liu Biao in this mod. He's an archer guy. He starts with a very white beard because he's an old guy by the events of the time. Anyway, and then Ma Chao, who we have. But we will, yeah, just get momentum here, and boom. Zhao Yun is off the list. But we are about to get to the beginning of the list. Dong Zhuo, the cruel tyrant. But yes, the 5 tiger generals. It enables disciplined for like everybody. I don't know, but disciplined is like where if your general dies, your guys won't lose morale for it. But Zhao Yun gives us fatigue immunity on our faction leader, so that's awesome. Yeah, I think it is faction-wide disciplined, which is a pretty cool set bonus. Because sometimes your generals get popped, and being able to just ignore that is very nice. But with that achieved, we can vassalize them. And shake them down. Or do we want one more horse pasture out of it? They're, like, kind of strong, but, like, we kind of want to kick off the Kingdoms era, like, after we get Dong Zhuo, right? So... Armor for spear infantry. Well, not that good, but... yeah, we'll just go across the top here to get to the biting gale. You know, taking our Imperial favor would be good for the story, wouldn't it? Because if the Emperor, like, gets mad at us, well, there's a great pretext for everything to pop off. Like, we need one. But this army's spinning up. And then... yeah, we're just gonna pull her off of assignment and spin her up this time. Oh, she's about to get off of it. Alright, cool. Get them in this army. Alright. Who would be a suitable bride for Gao Shun? These guys are, like, not ordered in any kind of way. Yeah. Alright, let's look through the lineup real quick and find a suitable bride. Obviously not you, you're in the clan. Populist, philanthropic, direct. She's a clerk. You know, that would balance out nicely for him. Yeah, but why not graceful entertainer? You know, because she can, like, you know, she's actually pretty good at fighting, huh? She has 2 traits that give her melee evasion, so she's probably got super high evasion already. Probably want to get her into an army, huh? But, yeah, you know, there we go. You and me. And glorious matrimony. Gao Shun finds himself a wife. He's a great guy, very loyal, strong, long the chancellor, and now a happy family man. I guess we will do this fight and then drop after this one. These armies... Yeah, because we pieced out over here. Yeah, so we'll just pull here, here. And a stab there to the Duchy of Wei. Boom, boom, boom. I tell ya, Zilong is here, trying to be funny, and now Ma Ti runs him down. Brutal stuff. But to return to the way devs think you will, Hollow Knight and Silksong are both very much like that. There are ways to... Because the way I went in Silksong, the way the sequel to Hollow Knight, it's like, you start out and you're supposed to, like, go to the right. And you go and you get dash, you go, and then you go up, and then you curve back over to the left. I looked at this one mob that was this monster, this bug, right, that was floating around in this circle, and I was like, if I jump and I do my diagonal hit into it, I think I could get onto that thing, and I want to explore that way. So I went that way before I even got the dash, which is how you're supposed to do it. And then at every time I got a movement ability or something, I went back the other way. So I went up backwards for like my very first run. And nobody told me I wasn't supposed to. I knew I wasn't because it was like a sick move. But you know, if you get like real proud of yourself for figuring something out, you're probably like, I bet the game was wanting that to be easier for me. But here we're going to be able to roll in, take the farmland. Which is probably logical mass. Indeed! And sometimes the game just like, you know, they wanted me to be logical. Ma Ti got 887 kills in this auto-resolve. My man. Alright, and this is my guy. He's out of supplies or money. He's probably out of money because he's paying me exorbitant rates for a peace agreement. But our imperial favor is low, and we know that, and we're counting on it. The Link's Awakening, nice. Double first. Yeah, you know, it's always fun to figure out a thing. The internet makes it less satisfying, right? So they're like, oh yeah, you did this and this and this, and I'm like, yeah, well, I figured it out. That's like my whole experience playing Magic the Gathering. I'm like, oh, I figured out this interaction. They're like, yeah, it's this deck. It was famous in 1998. Like, well, I thought it was creative. Alright, so Wu rides here. We're just gonna hold, right? That's the plan on this front. We're just gonna hold against them until Lu Bu gets back. Which will happen in a couple of turns. And if the Emperor leaves before then, well, then I am totally willing to have things kick off. I know how. But I think like we have so much favor that he'll just like probably get over it immediately and not like freak out. But he might like try to sanction us, and if he does, well. So the young bird wants to flex his muscles, we would say. Mattia gets to level 7. Sweet. One step closer to flames. What a monster that young lad is. Chen Yu gets to level 5. This dude that gives artillery ammo is probably never going to get used, but, you know, he's leveling up anyway. This person looks special. This person looks very special. Look at that. She's got a sword. We've all got swords. But yeah, we're gonna get her. So this is the only thing I ever use spies for, and it is to find a person that's already upset and then get them into our faction. It is, you know, it's not upper level spy usage, but it is spy usage. And here we just want to get into ambush, right? Because we want to induce them to move in. And we'll still be replenishing while we're ambushing. So we're just going to be lying in wait. They're going to underestimate our sneakiness. That's going to be bad for them. Yeah, we need to take this one off of you. So now this army will have, you know, because it'll be 40% more ammo for these guys. So yeah, like even without, you know, he's the mild-mannered son, but he knows what's up. He knows how to get the bread buttered. So like a flaming shot one, there is. Where is it? Here we go. city walls. That'll give us flaming shot, and that, you know, and then it also gives us higher rate of wall and settlement damage during sieges, which we've already got on these things too. So for all I know, we would do like a whole lot of it. But this is going to be great. We're rolling stuff up here. Zhang Jin will be able to get in there and here. That's right, Shinfu just burned it down because that is the wages you get. $45K a turn. Far more money than we can deal with. Force more food production. 53 from this place. Man, that's a... Talk about a breadbasket, right? Because it takes 46 to run one of these, but just this... Very rich. You know, but you get your... Oh, we gotta... Gotta be a large city here to get that. Yeah, well, let's just do that. $62 food from farming from this place. Awesome. Alright, well. Fancy thing for people inventing the same thing built in another one. Convergent evolution? Maybe? No, they come from the other places, converging to the same point, although having different sourcing. I think that's the right one. It sounds right. It sounds like it could be right. It doesn't sound right. When I said it, I didn't have the feeling that I said the right thing that I almost always have whenever I talk. Not like, you know, about everything ever, but sometimes. We are not going to allow you to be our vassal, although that would normally be a thing we would take. We don't want Zhao Wei around anymore. They're super weak, but what we want to do is crack their faction and hope to get Zhu Chu after they're eliminated from playoff contention. And here, the Duchy of Song, with their heavy-handed prefect, has defended our lands here. You know, hey, we gave him a bunch, and to be fair, it's not clear that I was sandbagging him, you know. I was like, no, why don't you just live in the mountains here? That'll be better. Oh, jeez. Alright, so we need to back off here. Because Lu Bu's army wasn't going to be in there. And here is... They're cracked back against us in the north there, which is fine. We've got more armies coming up. We just didn't need to take a loss up here. Lu Bu's army can leave, like, after this term anyway. But no, I remember whenever I was playing Hollow Knight, I was talking with somebody at work about it, the guy who had recommended it to me. And I was talking about where I went. He's like, wait, what about such and such? I'm like, I don't even know what you're talking about, man. Like, none of that makes any sense to me. But I'm very contrary, right? So if a game tells me to do something, I often just want to do the opposite. Not like forever, but like the perfect example of this. There's a game I've played only one time, but I'm aware of it. I want to play it again. I played it at a friend's house. It's called The Stanley Parable. It's got a narrator who says what's happening, and it's like a first-person thing. It's fascinating, I guess. Again, I don't know a lot about it, which is good, because it's awesome. But I played it one time. My friend's like, hey, there's this game. I just, you go in. I just want to see you play it. And the narrator's like, Stanley opened the door and turned to the right. So I went left. And then I kept on doing that, and then the game, like, freaks out at you, and the narrator gets so mad, and then it goes all bonkers, and it was great fun. And as I finish it, my friend looks at me and he says, yeah, I thought you'd do that. And I was like, yeah. Because I got personality. just a lot of personality.
治行天下 准备行动
And the thing about the Mounted Lancer Militia is they will do their job. These are all the unavailable. Alright, so you can... Oh, okay. You can look at all the units in the game. Well, that's cool. Should have done that. I want these guys. Huan du Dedo Guard Cavalry. They look awesome. That would be... I imagine... the... capstone thing for, there's only 30 models in it, but the capstone thing for the Korean folk there. Empress Zhong here. Should we...
大人有何打算？
And her and Lulong are going to get married, right? Well, after a battle or two, there's no need to rush. Although abstractly, it would be better for her to marry the next son, Lu Deng, right? Because then a green and a red would be married and they could go gallivanting off together. And because we don't have another son for Guan Yunping to marry in the event. Well, no, she's already married in. She's married to one of the Ma. That's right. Yeah, okay, yeah, then this is perfect and they can just stick together forever. Alright, cool, yeah, we'll just get into a fight there. It's important that the romances make sense. Like, I am not a monster. I don't want, like, these age-inappropriate marriages. Like, I want our special girls to be very happy. That's why Liu Xie almost never gets married in our stories, because, like, we want to find, like, the right husband for her, and nobody, like, not just anybody will do, right? It's, she's our special girl. She deserves everything. Yeah, so I think here we cut him in half, and that's the desirable thing to do. Grab this, get some treasure.
唯有扫清六合，天下才能平定。
And I think they're just a little too far afield on that side. So yeah, we're gonna be able to roll up and take this.
用兵一时。乱军终于得以平息。此城甚善，先收下它。
Oh, and this is the animal tamer, so makes the mounts. Yes, good. Well, I'll keep it. Corruption at 63%. Hey, what are you gonna do, right? Alright, so... Alright, this is in a different commandery than this is, so we don't need to hand it over. I think it's desirable to keep the war going for one more turn, so that we can move on over, or maybe two, so that we can move over here and get more of this under our umbrella. Ella. Liu Wanzhu, our tax collector daughter, is about to grow up, and we're very proud of her. She when your kid knows what they want to be, you shouldn't be like, well, I just wanted better than being a clerk or a tax collector for my daughter. You know, she likes math. She likes math and telling peasants what to do. We can only hope that she'll be nice about it. She is, after all, selfless, relentless, and solitary, you know. She's not corrupt or cruel. She just likes hanging out by herself. She doesn't really care about stuff, and she is relentless in her pursuit of tax dollars, or will be in a year when she grows up. We'll get her out in the field. It's too early to let her run havoc on the peasants. We're like, well, I know you want to be a tax collector, but how about a military command, dear? How about a nice military command first? Speaking of...
我一人便可横扫千军而动。杀！
原地候命。
天灭奸伪。
And now we've got all these armies being sneaky. Whenever a guy's called something like "of the shadowy smiles," you're like, Zhao, Dauntless Swordswoman. What? She's 72. Come join me. Where do you start out? You are a sentinel with Flames of the Phoenix. You're a 72-year-old Dauntless Swordswoman. Where are you? Alright. 72 years old, has... Oh my goodness. Oh, she's great! She has Flames of the Phoenix on her armor, and then this other Flames of the Phoenix ability here. Who is she? Oh, Pong Yu's mom. And, oh, Ponga in the games. Okay, okay, okay. You got to kill Patriot? I am jealous. Ooh, I hate that guy. Ooh, I hate that guy. Oh, man. That dude's the worst. Oh, I hate him. Well, this lady, where does... Because, like... Starts out at Hundun Chong. Because, like, I actually think that, like, rocking with her at the start of a game would be sick. But, yeah... Oh, look at this flavor text. The strong men of the Zhao family are dead, leaving only a weak daughter. I need not worry. The last words of the murderous fool who crossed the brave Zhao. Oh, man, we gotta play with her. She's 72 already, though. So she would have been, like, she's like 40 when we start. You'll get 30 good years. In this game, they can die of old age. That's the only reason I bring up the age thing. It has an effect on, like, you know, whether or not they have children, of course, too, which is less important to me on whether or not I want to use the character. It's more like, you know, is it a good wife type of thing. The fool? He fell victim to one of the classic... He's, like, monologuing, right? You don't want to be monologuing. You have no idea who this person is. But this is, yeah, And she already has super high expertise at this low level and solid armor with 40 for a sentinel. Does have tenacity. I think she is likely one of the better ones in the game, because sentinels are the purple class of guy. Their thing is they don't do splash damage. They're very highly evasive. They're great at dueling, and they can sit and fight for a super long time because they've got evasion. So they're the guys who stand in the doorway type of thing. So a sentinel that gets these splash attacks is very rare. Zhao Yun, who you've heard us talk about, the beautiful shiny boy. Zhao Yun is like teenage girls to this day draw pictures of Zhao Yun with little, like, hearts over his cheeks and stuff. Zhao Yun is, like, a very favorite figure in the setting. He's not, like, just kind of a thing people like. Zhao Yun's a major heartthrob, you know, almost 2,000 years after his demise. But a real good guy. Zhao Yun's a huge hero. He eventually affiliates with my guy Liu Bei. There's this sequence where in the romance, you know, we'll tell the cool version. He rescues Liu Bei's like infant child from a burning city and like holds the baby and fights off like 100 dudes while they're escaping, and he doesn't even wake the baby up. Now, I don't know if you've been around a baby, but that baby would have woken up. But it's a better story the way that it's told. But yeah, but we'll have the Yuan family, right? And so this is nice too, because we have Yuan Ji and Yuan Tan who are coming up here back into their family's ancestral lands, you know, trying to put it back together. And with familial conflict, we have really quite a good boost in damage for the Yuans here. We just need enough swords for them because, well, commander equipable swords are usually equipable by other people that I care about more, right? Speaking of, Jiezhu needs that. Where is he? I lost him. Did I? Oh, he's down here. I was like, I lost him. So now Jiezhu is the Blade in the Dark. You know, what a sick name. But he's got like a poison strike. So he's old, which is sad because, you know, he's awesome. But he is, because of that, he's still a strategist, so he's like very squishy. He's got, you know, like a quarter of the hit points that Liu Ji does. Bad example, she's the toughest. But we'll wait to turn here. We'll need to burn something down soonish for momentum. Wu will become our vassal. Oh, I don't think so, buddy. Y'all still got people on the list.
真是冥顽不灵。
To be fair, that is a stubborn refusal from us. Sure, we're super rich, but when someone's like, I'll be your vassal and give you a ton of money. Oh, where this guy is helping us fight. Oh, look at that. This dude gets up to duchy. He's got to have some effects that are helping him there. Our beautiful daughter has come of age. She's a tax collector. She starts with tenacity of steel. That's important for tax collecting. And we're going to get fire arrows first and then go this way to get towards adamant resolve. And the spirit of the dog armor can be worn. It is gold. And we'll give her a heavenly sword until something else is there. And what shall we give her? All right. I guess we could just give her... Do we not have any expertise items? No, well then we will give her... The Stone Monkey. Respective hierarchy ensures that the future will be profitable. Yeah, sure. And it's like we need a... Like, what shall we call her? We'll give her a title once she earns one, right? First up, we just need to spin her up here, get her a retinue, and then get her into... the mainland.
心如利刃。大人，愿一切安好。大人， 有话直说。
And we'll just keep on being anti-spy there. You know, she needs to marry somebody, huh? So that she can pop them up. Who, though? Someone age appropriate, but not too old so that they can't benefit from the experience. Yeah, Zhang He, why not? And she'll be able to level him up. Really just getting guys out of level 1 is the priority for assignments at this point, right? And we'll yank her out next turn. Oh, right.
再打下去就完了。
It was this army that had the siege train.
见识一下我们的激情，心怀怒火，奋勇杀敌。我军如有天助，气焰大盛。都放了吧，此城归我军所有了。
Alright, so now we'll get peace with him under ruinous conditions for him. Yeah, we'll just take all of his money. And a ton for everything after this. But really, we could get more land out of him, I bet. Yeah, because we could just get this, and then we would be able to give this over to a new vassal figure. Yeah. Perfect. Perfection. The Duchy of Yun. Peace is achieved. Wonderful.
我方同意。
this guy is level 6, and it's classic filial piety. Is level 6. We're gonna grab him. Anybody that's level 6 in the pool, we just need to get. Because even if we don't use him, which we probably will find a way to, you know, just denying him to the other factions is good too. And this guy with his awesome ammo has now hit level 3 and will be able to begin his dreams.
深谋远虑。 天下宿命，尽在我等。正在行进，恪守职责。
Alright, we need to give this over to somebody. Who has a decent personality? Kind-hearted, energetic, trustworthy. See, that is a good combo, I think. And getting it to somebody in the Liu clan increases the legitimacy of the empire. And of course, they start out hating me because of the huge malice to relations that we have with all factions. But after a little bit of time, I'm sure they will see things our way. Oh, we got a gray elite horse. Well, they're not the best horses in the world, but they are gray. For him, we just want him to be on a fast one, right? We've got the good horses in that army already. We'll give it to Shu Hong. Give him an elite gray horse. As these two armies are going to be palling around, I think. Yeah, but we're all just waiting here for the big guy to show up and kick things into gear.
你又怎样？
All don't remember piecing out with him.
行事谨慎，可称机敏。一往无前。
诸晋王侯向前进军。
智略所指，我之所在。
But Taishitsi walks way too far in, gets caught in his 2v1. He's on the list, you know, but we're just pushing Wu back a little bit here. Ooh. Master's attire. I think we pop her for it, you know. Oh, but she looks so cool, doesn't she? I mean, I guess she probably looks cool because of the armor, but she looks so cool. We're gonna take it. I mean, what are you gonna do, right? We've got plenty of sentinels. We need armor for them.
吾等需要精兵良将，清头脑，清洁如雪。正在行进。出发。
前进。振作起来，深谋远虑。
We'll extract her. Because she's wearing Spirit of the Dog, but Master's Attire is better, right? Yeah, because you get 5 melee attack rate, which is better than the charge bonus for infantry, yeah. Master's Attire. There we go. Do the enemy characters get mad when you spy on them? Oh, yeah, if they catch you. So you have... When you spy in general, they can, like, theoretically catch out, but you have, like, cover... and undercover network. So basically you get points gradually and then you can spend the points on things. So if you just get a spy in their faction, when you put a spy in, you either get a turncoat, that's an unhappy person that you pay and now they're working for you and you can pull them out, or you take somebody who already likes you a lot and they go out and try to get hired and then they get these points. So I mean, she's returning, but like, so you can, you know, you can try to spend points to get them into an army. You can spread rumors about other people, but if they catch you and you don't have enough points to like cover up being caught, then they do find out about it. Your spy might be captured or executed, and it's a diplomatic scandal. But yeah, if they don't catch you, then the spying doesn't matter. So like the real world, honestly, not dissimilar.
相信直觉。
Yeah, Wu's just trying to put it back together. We really hurt him very bad. A level 9 city is no casual loss. It represents years and years of in-game time. But it looks like they might have finally rolled up the Duchy of Zhong. Heyo! I think Wu just became king. Because they took the city from Yuan Shu. Oh no, the tyrant Dong Zhuo is dead. That's what that was. Well, we didn't get time to kill Dong Zhuo. Alright, well, we gotta change the title of the video. Yeah, not sure to go. But anyway, so we waited too long. Can we reload? You know, why don't we just reload? Because it doesn't happen every time, right? Because, yeah, you know, I do want to pop him. We don't need it for the... But yeah, we're just gonna we're gonna change the title back. Look, if Winter kills him again, then he'll die. Because we were gonna get over, like, this turn, like, after this, Lu Bu is coming onto the map, right? So it's like... But I mean, it is 210, but we'll just see. If it happens again, we'll let it happen. But, you know, it's not like it happened and we were like, oh man, we kicked the can too far down the road. Like, we were gonna do it this year. The spy gets killed. But, crucially, Dong Zhuo is still around. Alright, so what we want to do here... Delivered unto our hand! Delivered unto our very hand. But, for this occasion, of course, it should be Lu Bu at the front of the army.
欲成大事，万不能手下留情。
就
这就是轻视我等的代价。力求上进。
Level 8 for Ma Chao, my man. Alright, and then we'll take what? The hit chance on the retinue and the charge speed. I mean, Gorilla's pretty desirable, but they're cavalry, so it doesn't matter that much, yeah. Hit chance and running speed, yeah, that's where to go with it. Luke, did you see the Zhang Jin Noble Guards have 100% armor from the front? 73 base and then 27 shield armor? Plus shields, plus 50% missile resist. I think we could just sit them and, like, weather, like, a whole stack of Onyx Dragon shots. Supporting them attack from side. Indeed, you know. Father, don't you recognize your son? Father, don't you recognize me now? I know the song says mama, but you know. And then we'll trade her. Oh no, we can't trade her. Die there. Well. Because the mount thing is at least somewhat desirable.
这里几乎没有人。
But on this front, so like, what are all these armies doing, right? I mean, I guess we could go over to Korea, and I mean, I guess we actually should, right? We should leave like some force over here, and then Gao Shun can lead the expeditionary force over in that direction. I mean, obviously, when we declare, things are going to get squirrely here, but we don't know that. We don't know that. Well, all of these armies want to go. Which one of you has a good personality that I don't care about losing? Not you. Yeah, we'll get the cruel guy to persuade the gentry. Numbering, patient, trustworthy. Yeah, seems good. And then we can hand her this one. And hold on to the horse place, which is what we want.
朋友，欢迎。 此提议值得我们重视。
Second Marquise. There we go. Making the north up in the image that we desire, and then we'll give die to you.
有必要吗？
Well, not the cool thing, the rest of it. He hates me, but what's he gonna do, right?
足下慷慨仁义，我等感激不尽。
He will get over it. Or we'll make him get over it. And of course, every vassal we create gives us more money for a stacking set of reasons, right? Because we get good vassal income through various effects, because it lowers corruption, principally. Here, this gives us lower upkeep for range units faction-wide, but, you know, it's pretty desirable to hold on to a thing like that. For the ranged units, you know. It doesn't matter. Clearly, we have, like, 400k cavalry bonus. Oh, no, we need to be re-rolling for positive character development and somebody that we care about. The first time it's a person whose name we are going to use, we'll take it. Fajung! Retrain that level 6 guy. Good, good, good. And then, yeah. So, Luke, this lady here, I totally want to run a campaign with Han Dan Shong to start out with her. Because, like, wow. She, you know, has Flames of the Phoenix. And other Flames of the Phoenix. 40 armor. She will start out at age, like, 40, but that's not too old to start. Great flavor text. Awesome, awesome fighter. And, like, you know, a sentinel with 2 splash attacks. That's, and she does get tenacity in the middle, too. So, a very wonderful character. And the coolest art of all the art. Oh, no, it doesn't show her right there. On the, I don't even know how to see that art of her ever again, but, like, on the screen, like, it had her with, like, the sword coming up and stuff. I think that was her. Maybe it was somebody else. Jingfei. Not to be confused with Zhongfei. Not that you could if you looked at them. Zhang He gets tons of levels. Okay, so I think Zhao Yun's ability is, like, really strong for, because he just got, like, 2 levels, and I don't think he was fighting. But we married them together, and, you know, how happy we are for him. Oh, no, it was Wang Yi that had the cool portrait. That's right. She is woman scorned. She gets decent armor. Thought she was a sentinel based on the portrait, but nature's ally, unyielding earth, and okay, call of defiance. So it's a negative melee attack rate and negative morale hit. So okay, kind of cool. It's like halfway between Aurora the Beast, and then it slows him down as well. Nothing crazy special. But cool enough. 25% all damage for all forces when attacking, when commanding. I mean, that is good, though. But the armor, meh. But Zhao is armor. 40 armor base. You know. And we married Yumi to Gao Shun. We need to get her in there. Put this awesome armor. Oh, yeah, look at how cool she looks in it. She got a little bit of that dog in her. Han Shang starts on Shu Feng. Well, you know, with enough courage and one great character, I believe that even a start in Shu Feng can be successful. 2 or 3 great characters would help more, but one great character should do it. Wu Wei. Yeah. That is the same problem. Except, I think Wu Wei is even worse. Because Shuofeng, well, I guess you do have this arch above it here now. But, I mean, like, Shuofeng, at least, is very hard to walk into from everywhere. I mean, I guess you do have across the river problems. But, like, it feels like Wu Wei is more vulnerable to shenanigans from all sides than Shuofeng is. But Looters in Alliance War with Hunsui on turn 4, yeah. And Looters, of course, with their crazy stacks. But if you could, like, if you could get it where you captured the Looter guy and you got a Treb super early, then you would have a Trebuchet walking around super slow forever. This would be looked at as a good thing. But here we got this guy, Distinguished and Defiant. He does indeed have the Distinguished and the Defiant traits. Trustworthy, Disciplinary, and Reckless. He's got 7 freaking traits here. He might be a spy from Dong Zhuo, but you know. Before long, there will be no Dong Zhuo. I mean, nobody knows what's about to happen. It will be a surprise to everyone. So Liu Xie just, like, ripped Zhao Yun's face off in the duel, right? She would have done it even without Wisdom of the River, but with Wisdom of the River, I mean, she got it done.
我们撤。
还是贸易赚钱快。行了，说完了。
He's been the subject of scandal. He still loves us, right? Yeah. All sorts of scandals at court. We'll be fine. Yeah, even with negative 100, we still have plus 236. So, because even with our momentum going far down, right, it doesn't even really matter anymore. Especially since we're still the Prime Minister of the Han. So we get huge satisfaction from our favor being gigantic. Plus satisfaction for being the Prime Minister. Plus satisfaction for having this excellent building. I think we're probably at parity with the negative 50 now, right? So it's 20 from high Imperial favor when we have it, 10 from the Emperor, 10 from this, like 10 from the Greatest Warriors, right? Because we got satisfaction for Papa and Liu Bei. Yeah.
知难而上，以成大业。 继续前进，开战，行则同进，战则同跑，一统天下。
All right, we forgot we didn't have this. The map, like, the face doesn't look anything alike, but they fooled me.
恶名昭彰又有何妨？
夏日阳光之下，水也变得甘甜了。
全力奋战！
That's mine. Because he's more dangerous. Yeah. Yeah. All you gotta do is wait for him to be away from home if you're not already at war.
或之徒，不得其死。
And honestly, like this playthrough, I think was really good for. Oh my god. Oh my god. He's not even in the field.
可称机密。
He got a level last turn. He just got another level from Zhao Yun's ability. It is so much experience. He went from level 4 to level 7 in like a couple of seasons. What a woman.
起武器。
Like, in an abstract sense, this city would be too important to want to give away, right? Yeah. Yeah, we would want our big foothold on this side of the river. We wouldn't want to trust that to a vassal. Because with Hine under our control, plus the pass, you know, that's everything you need. There's no other major city that, you know, affects us here. Yeah, we'll hold on to it. And with all of the buildings upgraded there, they're even at, like, neutral food without having the food commanderies there, so pretty nice.
平息战乱。
Gonna play Zelda Skills? Well, tell them I said hi. If you feel like it.
不露声色。怒吼吧！ 缜密谋划，方可取胜。放了吧，无法为我军所用。吾等需要精兵良将。遵命。
Yeah, he's besieged so we can't attack it ourselves, but that doesn't mean we can't do anything about it. He's a trusted friend, or so he thinks. And he, oh, there's no point in getting him. He's got a terrible personality. But so too does everybody else that, I mean, plenty of people with bad personalities that work for us. This only upsets some of our guys a little bit. They'll get over it. But he is also at war with, like, everybody. Oh, he's allied with Gongsun Zan, so it'll at least break him up. But, I mean, why not? Why not get the big web? After all, they will be afraid to turn up against us. It doesn't matter how much they hate us most of the time if we've got, you know, everything around them. Alright, well, it's about to get real. I mean, yeah, sure, let's declare war on the Yellow Turbans. Zhang gets Duchy of Fire, the Duchy of Zhang gets popped. Porque no los dos. Speaking of the Duchy of Zhang getting popped, who's in the pool for me? Yes! Glorious day! It's your boy! Zuchu, Tiger Fool, my man! What a day it is. What a day it is indeed. Good times. Yeah, time for Zhang He to get a divorce, right? Level 7. Oh my god. Dude. He's level 8 now. Luke, this is in like a year. This is in like a year. And sure, we have like bonuses faction-wide, but this is still like in a year. Dude. Zhao Yun in your beginning faction is probably the strongest thing you can get, huh? Because you can, not to be crass, but she can find lots of useful ways to improve your faction. You know? One husband is inspired, the next is inspired in turn. Sorry, Jung-ho. She's still on assignment, and she's like, well, I'm a respectable lady, and I do what needs to be done for China. Wonderful. Level 8, he went from level 4 to level 8 in a year. Which, frankly, great, you know, what's not to like. But I figure, you know, he'll be a great addition to the stack, you know, where we're sending it, because with Geographic Mastery, ignore ground type and force penalties like that, him being around for these horse cav armies, that's so good. And speaking of, let's get him out here somewhere, shall we? Well, speaking of what we shall do,
该当如此。
it is time. Dong Zhuo, the cruel tyrant, 73 years old. Formidable, wise, kind, cautious, dutiful, arrogant, artful, and lame. You know, he became wise and kind. He's lost a lot of his negative traits. But I guess we show up right at the siege, and the story is as the old story is, you know. He loses his temper and throws some G's at us, only instead of throwing it at Lu Bu this time, he throws them at Lu Ji, and Lu Bu flips out and is like, "You what? You will never harm my beautiful girl." And we besiege here.
砥砺内心。 机不可失，时不再来。
And we don't need a second army to take this out. This will be
开战！
our little raggedy stack against Dong Zhuo.
把他们全打趴下！
1v1. Let's go, old man. You've made your last mistake. But before that, I'm going to take a short break, and then we will have this fight. But yes. It is time to ascend! Alrighty then. It's a sunny day in autumn in China as we return to cross the very first name off of our fiery list. If you hear me say that all the time, there's I don't think it's an original. I think it's a cover of a song by one of my favorite bands, Ockerville River, called One Less Name on Your Fiery List. Is that what it's called? Or is it just called Your Fiery List? Anyway. I don't remember the name of the song. It's not on like one of the albums, it's one on like one of the EPs of things. Ockerville River sings covers type of thing. Long have we waited for this. And of course, we're going to try to get Lu Bu to get a duel with Dong Zhuo. That is the plan. And then we'll try to, like, keep everybody far enough back to where we can watch it. Yeah, with a couple more of these noble bodyguards. Dong Zhuo doesn't want to duel me. Well. Well, in sight of their army, Lu Ji comes behind the barricades and just beats the brakes off this fool. Can't help but think of this as a tragedy. It is. Because it's totally unnecessary, and we're only doing it for the list. It's honestly a terrible thing to do for the storyline. Because, you know, if you will not consent to duel, father. Oh, look at him trying to waddle away. No, because, I mean, the whole time Dong Zhuo was a reliable partner to us, right? He let us out of the vassalage pretty early, but that's the thing, you know, we, the list demands it. Dong Zhuo, finally in sadness, takes a shot at Lu Bu. Tries to run away again. He's very upset. He's got 100% armor, but we've got plenty of AP. And the dragons ride him down. It does feel bad, honestly. Not because, like, I like Dong Zhuo, but just because, you know, because the way that these games work, you do get a different story, you know. And in this storyline, sure, Dong Zhuo burned down Liu Yong and stuff, but he didn't, like, afterward do all the stuff that made him such a terrible dude. You know, he kind of just hung out and did his thing and kept his imperial favor high.
敌军士兵正在溃逃，注意，杀！惩治敌军，
龙目所过，无故披靡。快，快！
剑出鞘，时机已至，诛灭敌军！快，杀！
鼓起勇气，加快速度。一手就绪，片甲不留。
准备就绪，鼓起勇气，胜利就在眼前。
Yeah, you know, if throwing a G at Lu Ji isn't the story, like doing that, because yeah, you know, it yeah, because that was what I said. It was like, you know, he wise and kind Dong Zhuo still like flipped out and threw something at her, making them lose their
敌
minds.
军士兵正
But
在溃逃。
you know.
我军已占领敌军上楼。
It can also be just like a lust for power, right? Like maybe that is the story, is that, yeah, Lu Bu and Lu Ji showed up and Lu Bu is like, hey, you know, we've been defeating all these duchies, I beat all these warriors, I think I should rule the Emperor's weak. And Dong Zhuo is like, no, this is outrageous. You're supposed to be a kind and wise prime minister of the Han. And Lu Bu's like, no, like, you don't get it. The Emperor can't do anything right. You know, it's just like we should run stuff. And Dong Zhuo, due to his loyalty, you know, insists on fighting. You know, it's like I can't believe you would do this. Oh, we get an achievement. With Lu Bu and your party, defeat Dong Zhuo in battle. Jiao Chan's revenge. Well, you know, there's our first time of actually doing this ever, right? We never beat Dong Zhuo with Lu Bu before.
要这些俘虏也没用。
Oh. I mean, I guess we have to, right? I mean, if we're gonna fight him, why wouldn't we? I mean, it is the story, after all. 6 Emperor Tyrannus.
不杀干净，必留后患。职责所在。
Lu Bu Kinslayer. Well, with that out of the way, and the Blade of Zhongnu in our hands,
平息战
there is
乱
no longer a point
拿起武器。
in holding on to this travesty of an empire any longer. The Emperor is weak. Our father is dead. I am the king.
Han 世走向末路，此乃顺应天意。泱泱大国
With no
陷
obligations
入
above
纷
Lu Bu
争
anymore.
乱世。
It is time. We've declared ourselves Emperor. Lu Bu Huangde. And oh, okay. Well, look at that. The other kingdom, the kingdom of Geng, Zhang Jin here in Nanmen, and down here and Shu and stuff will be the other claimant. So, I mean, interesting. I mean, hey, that gets us a little bit of a Three Kingdoms, doesn't it? You know, Wu's in Wu, and then we've got a faction over there. The time of the Han has passed, the throne is mine to take. Lu Bu, upon the dragon throne. Oh, wow, okay, so a new dynasty is... Alright. A new dynasty is just good. You get negative public order, but you also get negative 20 retinue upkeep and plus 15 replenishment. Yeah, it's just, well, I guess it just lets you get to rolling when you first click over, but yeah. There you go. But, Ma Chao, I'm sorry to say that you're not going to be the heir to this. You will be responsible for the security of the Imperial Palace, Ma Chao. We will lose all of your great bonuses. For if we are to be emperor, only the daughter of the dragon shall be our heir. Alright, Minister of the Imperial Clan, obviously Lady Yan, the wise teacher there, Minister of Ceremonies. To Wang Yun. The immediate guards of the Imperial family, which will be Gao Shun, the Minister of Justice, can be Gao Nu. I mean, who understands better the need for justice than a fugitive officer? He's not super bad? No, he'll be fine. I'm not worried about Ma Chao at all. We have gigantic satisfaction bonuses at this point, right? Yeah, he's got negative 70 with plus 258. But, you know, he's got traits, reform alignments, friendships, you know, authority, like, oh, so much. Faction fondness, the disinherited is only a negative 20. He's fine. We barely have momentum, right? Even if we lost another 25, he'd be at plus 100. But I do also wonder what happened to Zhao Chun. And of course, now all of our cav is going to be a lot weaker. That's a price I'm willing to pay. Oh no, it's a Gung down here. Yan was not strong enough, so it'll be down here in the South and Nanman lands will be the other one. A proper Three Kingdoms, right? Ish. I have no idea how much lands he has. He's got to have some. He's global rank 4, so, I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Global rank 4, respectable. Minister of Finance, Lu Jin, because it's funny. Alright, so the Herald will be the guy with the 50-foot mustache, so everywhere that Lu Bu's reputation is being known, it'll be due to 50-foot mustache man. Minister of Coach, honestly, we should save it in case we pick up Zhang Fei, but we will put Zhang Jue there in his place. And the steward, why not the guy who looks like he's gonna poison you? Okay, yeah, so we get 13 satisfaction from Lu Ji, 8 from Lady Du, and 7 from Lu Bu. So yeah, pretty... Oh, and, no, we don't get the satisfaction from her because Grand Tutor isn't the slots that give that, or is it? Or the top 3... Because it says effects from them in this post, so I assume that they would be on, yeah. So yeah, very, very big satisfaction boosts all around. Plus, of course, the new dynasty, so great. Wonderful, and in all other ways, very good. Unrelenting Shark. What an interesting name. They do have any worthwhile bonuses otherwise? No, not really. We can go ahead and pull her out of it, right? Because, I mean, we could put Ma Chao there, and then... Yeah. Oh, we just moved him over. We'll have to wait a turn, but that's fine. Yeah, he can teach other people the way of the horse.
大家都去哪儿了？真令人不得安心。
准备作战。
立刻群敌，力求上进，功名震天。
Alright, you know, this kid grew up, we need to get him into an army. And this kid, well, we gotta get him into an army too, right? Teach me into little ones, yeah. And, you know, so much the better. Look, I'm sure Ma Chao understands, you know, at this point, the complicated facets of the Empire. Oh, speaking of, there's an enemy up here. Now, that's right. Dong Zhuo lives up here. We'll drop this army to re-recruit it down there. We don't need it up here anymore.
主公尽管吩咐。三思而后行。We don't really need this commandery.
incompetent, arrogant, and vain. No, I don't think we'll give it to you. And up here, oh yeah, we've got access to way more armies, so we just need to get... our daughter, and, you know, Wang Yi, she's pretty cool. Let's get her in there. And Fa Zheng is nice and accessible here. And he'll be a fun thing there. Stalwart axes, are they good? I mean, decent. Bandit Marauders, nope. Alright, and now we are the Emperor, so we're gonna have Gallants of the People. These are good greens. Zero recruitment, zero upkeep flying riders, you know, what are you gonna do? Because of course that means it's time to get an Imperial army. Oh, we have to finish this up first.
天命在此。吾之妙计，算无一策。欲成大业，必先有立足之地。
Oh, it's about to be over for these fools. And the Blade Masters are good, right? But they have outlived their usefulness. And these very awesome Jiju bodyguards guys, you know, we got to use them in one fight. The Imperial Sword Guard are just better, right? Because they, once their abilities pop on, then they'll get, you know, 10 more... Yeah, it's 10 AP damage and 10 melee evasion, so it definitely makes up for it there. Even though these guys are better damage without that. But, oh yeah, and they swing a whole lot more, too. But we drop the Azure Dragons. Get Gate Guards. We will still keep Heavy Spear Guards here, because you want somebody with the big shields to... I mean, we could just go Sword Guard, though. Is Sun Jian dead? No, he's somewhere. Sun Jian. He's somewhere. Or wait, no, did he just... No, okay. This is Wu Jing's face. He just looked... The flags at a distance looked very similar. Although they've got a totally different fringe and everything. But no, he is still kicking. He's not on the list, of course. The game expects him to be gone. Yeah, so here we can... Because Household Cav are... Well, you know, you lose the AP. Imperial Lancer Cav. Yeah, because that's... Yeah, that's definitely... Well, you lose evasion, you get and speed, but I mean, you know you're going to get the evasion for having them around, right? And you do pick up like a good 100 in charge bonus. But these bodyguards are...
虽然此地百姓算不上多，但总归是有人。
You know, their shields are worse. I feel like it's a fine choice, though. But, you know, maybe not. Like, how much of these bonuses are because he's in the army? I mean, I really quite like these units a ton. I think they're probably a little overtuned.
万物已然复苏。
They cost the same. But I mean, actually, you know, I think these are better. But I guess they are level 10 as well, so that's probably where it comes from, yeah. Yeah, once they get to level 10, I think it'll be superior. Plus, they're Imperial. We do want one unit of Yellow Dragons. The Axe Breaker are very important, right? We're going to drop the Pearl Dragons here, I think. And, well, why not get another Yellow Dragon? Well, because we want 2 of the Lancers, yeah. 2 red, 2 yellow. Axe and a splash, and then we'll have Liu Xie there. Yeah.
挽弓预射，则屏息凝神。
I'm the Juggernaut!
新进城撤。
I cannot wait to use these Juggernauts. They are so shiny. Speaking of shiny, Gao Shun, it is time for your flying riders to get upgraded. Or rather, it will be when you go into our own lands. Alright, so here, now that the Duchy of Yuan is, you know, I mean, he's hostile, but is he ever really going to be brave enough to break away with these contexts? Because we might just reposition all these armies elsewhere. I mean, I feel like that's fine, right? We can leave a token force to have there. Well, 2 of them can go across Korea. Gao Shun will... Yeah, we'll reposition Gao Shun onto this front here. And set him to defending the Empire, the Imperial seat from the south, while Lu Bu works its way through the Southlands, right? Yeah, right.
谁在叫我？悉听尊便。
稳住阵型，
一统天下。谨遵命令。
秩序井然，则四海可扫清六合。
And then the Yuan family singers can
一统天下。
just run up through this way and, you know, show the flag a little bit. Say, hello, guys, here's the flag. I'm sure y'all aren't thinking of acting up.
准备急行军，今天不行。
We're just taking a long walk through your lands, buddy.
同袍。
And it's still that turn. Think about Dong Zhuo. Still a whole new list to found. Yep. Lu Bu and especially Liu Xie have become serious targets. Yeah, you know, they have been getting a little big for their britches, right? With 244 generals of the enemy slain before them, right? And yeah, I think our construction of Yeah, yeah. Liu Xi's just like, I don't see why we gotta listen to the Emperor anyway. Dong Zhuo throws something at her and, you know, leading to the whole fight because, you know, because she's just, you know, mad disrespectful, which is fair, you know, because, again, Lu Bu and Liu Xie are not like good guys in this timeline. They are merely, you know, efficient. I mean, there's a lot of burned down buildings, you know, there's a lot of displaced population, not to grin while I say it. That's a bad thing, right? You know, we're talking about how we're bad here. The for Son of Heaven to cover for his daughter, fixing the problem. And yeah, you know, and that's perfect, yeah. Because Dong Zhuo didn't really wrong anybody in this timeline beyond the initial acquisition of the Emperor. Whatever happened there, who knows, right? Because Dong Zhuo in this timeline did very much just mind his own for 20 years. He held on to the Emperor a bit. Cao Cao kidnapped him. We acquired him. Oh. Exploit black market. Okay, so that's... Black market investigation is a thing that agents get. And 5% chance not stackable to get a random ancillary. Well, nothing in the world is more desirable to me than a random item. Nothing in the world. Oh my goodness. I'm trying to level this building up, alright? And we declare into 11. A good year for taking over. We're gonna need to spin off something up there. You know, we're gonna need to spin off a lot of things, a lot of places. But for now, Imperial Army. Oh yeah, because of course. And of course, for 0, we'll just go ahead and recruit one of the best units in the game. And I guess for this army, we'll just go straight Cav just to be able to be supportive with it, and then...
大家都去哪儿了？真令人不得安心。
Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, yeah, we'll hold on to them. Yeah, Flying Rider's more desirable than the Veteran Lance Cav. And we'll swap him around sometime later when we get his things.
恶名昭彰又有。
Zhong. Oh, this dude's all the way inside?
释放
What?
怒火。 此战世间无人不知，这群人只会拖我们后腿。 奋力一战。我等威
Smash
名，
there.
如今海内皆知。我用不上他们。
春风又至，再图新计。
Grab a camp crusher 2 times? Yeah, why not?
准备行动，向前进军。
Submarine. Been in person for the first time in like 15 years. Lubu. Been considering usurpation for a while. Talk to Dong Zhuo. Force the ship. Yeah, you know, this is a perfect story. Because it had been a long time since they'd seen each other. And since we were in the alliance, right? It wasn't like we broke off the military alliance, like, recently. It'd been many years. Several years, anyway. Yeah, lots of years. Like, probably like 10. It's like, because this northern campaign took several years. It's 211 now. And we were fighting Wei, and when we even moved down here in the first place, that's when we broke off, because we didn't know when we were going to do it. Because we thought he might get eliminated. Yeah. And that's the thing about getting too cocky, you know. Someone could be like, don't get cocky, kid, but, you know, what if you do? What if you do anyway? My only real regret is that we didn't have the Blade of 7 Gems here for it. No. I mean, it's sad anyway, because of course, it was only for the list. Oh yeah, speaking of only for the list, we've got the blade now. And I think the negative morale here for her with this army is better. We'll give her the blade. No, we should give the blade to one of the children. Where's green guy? In this one, yeah. Oh, he can't equip it. That's right. I like the idea of giving him the empty lunch pail, because it's like, you know, Zuchu's always eaten. Let's do it. His satisfaction will be high enough, and it's funny. Alright, our armies are quite strong. Their armies are quite chumps. Liu Yu is level 8. He is a prosperous trader. Look at his fancy armor there. Oh yeah, it's got like the robe coming down. Cool. He's just a regular guy. With good diplomacy. He's the one who starts up here, right? Or is that a different one? All of that clan is everywhere.
心如利刃。
朋友，别来无恙。
Oh. Well met, friend. He hasn't died yet in the diplomacy. Well...
看看这个如何？
I mean, it makes sense, but the very first turn that he's an emperor, he walks up, he's like, hey, I want to give up. But there are names that are still on our list.
是我们太过大度了。
Because there's nothing he can do besides give up, right? You know, that's the best he can do, but he's got names on our list. And of course, Lu Bu and Lu Ji, 100% full of themselves here. And now we get this video when we deserve it. Lu Bu has slain the tyrant Dong Zhuo. Of course, not really much of a tyrant in this timeline. Father, don't you recognize me now? I like his mustache. My mustache now, I can stretch it out, and like I can hit my ear with the far side of it.
但我们必须休战了。
Sorry, Dongmin, we don't want peace. We only want our kill list filled out. This playthrough's making me feel bad now. You know, if it weren't for that dang list, no. It's a good story, you know, playing just straight good guy mode the whole time isn't as interesting as seeing the burgeoning darkness and vanity pay out for bad results for at least some of the people around. You know, because a shiny, squeaky clean Lu Bu story is not as interesting as a messy one, right? And we just want to meet the others in their setup.
"我一人便可横扫千军。
Alright, and we can swap for the veterans now. Now that we're in the duchy phase is over and we are
心有
Huangde.
天谋，
Ruler of China. Zhu Chu gets 2 levels this is like what a lady, right? What a lady.
记住我的大名。向前进军。
势如利刃，志略所指，我之所在。迅速出击！敌无良谋，须臾可破。心如止水，气聚神凝。讨平逆贼，匡扶天下。有话快说。为了黎民百姓。
Gagan rejected our deal. Well, that's just fine with me.
摆好阵势，准备出击。
Oh, bombard guys. Fires things. Fascinating.
"准备作战。
柔以克刚，廉洁奉公，忍受苦难。
These guys spun up, and then we're just gonna walk over here, meet up with him, and then get to the pass here.
深思熟虑。
Put him at the top of the stack, right? The Emperor, you gotta look into it to see where he's at. I mean, Liu Xie should be at the top of the stack, but at the second top of the stack, Lu Bu. You know, I bet if Wu gets a little bit of time under their belt, they'll be able to put up a fight, you know. Maybe. They've got a few high-level guys, you know, and if we'll give them a little bit of time on their other side of the river to try to put it together, you know, and build something up to face us. Fighting a super long war against Wu is fun, you know, in this timeline.
诸君好运，我等已达成目的。
And that guy was a spy all along. You'll say that it is good to be direct.
正在行进。天下宿命，尽在我等。
说话小心点。
We still need to eliminate him, but it's not like a huge current priority. Zhang Jin, 56 years old, still kicking. And what we want to do here is lay an ambush.
势如狂澜，
诸位猛士，随我征战！
继续前进。
一往无前。
奉己牺牲。
So to level 6, like, this is crazy. What an ability, right? Whoever coded it was like, no, she'll be great.
开战！淹没敌军！开战！
悉听尊便。
迅速出击！
But the old mediator, our son Zilong, was not able to mediate this conflict. It's alright. Oh, the Emperor's gonna be so mad at me. Oh, wait. I forgot.
前进！
百姓们放弃此地了吗？威武不屈，锐不可挡。正义必胜，我等应设宴庆贺。
Zhang phase.
把俘虏放回去吧。
I guess we burn it down for momentum, yeah.
不能给他们重建的机会。开战！团结一致，团结一心。我已准备好作战了。
正在行进。
我还以为你死了。
Highly respected king. "13 million people living in our lands, not that many in the grand scheme of it." We have access to 8 spies, and we'll never use them right, but it's okay. And we're going to try to get all of our spies here. Anyone who's willing to spy. Lady Du and Lady Dion, of course, you know, they're level 8 and level 7 as well, because if you keep people on assignment for the whole game, they will level up. But we're just going to keep them rolling where they're at, yeah. Yeah. And once again, they want to abdicate. Okay, so it's mainly just because he's lost so many battles recently. And we vassal called to arms, it would be even more. But of course, we just don't want the game to be over yet. So just because he thinks it's over, we still can have a couple knockdown dragouts still. And with the symbolic grain of rice, we achieve peace and vassalhood in the north there. And everything is just rolling on together beautifully. You know, we crushed this one, right? Zilong dies. Liu Xie. Oh yeah, here we go. Now we're talking, right? Yeah, this is awesome. This is perfect. We don't want them to, you know, get confederated out. We wanna be playing them right up on where we're at. Yeah, so look at that. Oh, because this pass was there too. So they've got a lot of stuff around. A steed to rival the ages. For a gray stallion, sure. And Zhu Chu gets to level 7 already. I mean, what? What insanity, okay? We got him at level 3 inside of a year, already at level 7. That means level 8 just around the corner. Okay, so like... Yeah, what a woman. When Jimi Hendrix wrote an album called Are You Experienced, what he means is, are you married to Zhu Yuan because you could really, really get all of this out of the way quickly? We assume that the fellas will be here. Oh, they're not. Oh, there they are. There one of them are.
凭此一战，可定天下。此城归我军所有了。杀！
厚道总比庙堂之上滚滚诸公干净得多。欲成大事，万不能手下留情。
拿起武器，
永不为奴。当心埋伏。
路径明晰。
众将听令，拿起武器，向前推进。绝不动摇。
I wonder if old boy is still even with him. Yes, he's not deployed though. Well, in that case, you know.
那就快一点吧。
Nah. After all, Dong Min would never forgive us for our actions, and we don't deserve to be forgiven for them, frankly. Zhonglu's doing awesome with his gate passes and stuff, right? Warriors, hunters, elite long spear warriors. Looks pretty good. Oh yeah, big AP damage, bonus versus large. Solid. And then a couple extra vanguards as well. Well, you know, we're something of a brought some extra troops ourselves.
一统天下。
Alright, Faction Council, ammo for archers, brutal. Faction heir from the Duchy of Song, yeah, might as well. This is like the 4th time we've done it, get wrecked. Oh, we got a... Ma Chao. Is the Grand Tutor. Minister of the Guards. Who shall be the guards? Yeah. Shu Huang. The Guardian of the Gates shall be the Minister of the Guards. Oh, we'll take his heir instead. Drop that. And this was his heir? No. It'd probably be moved across anyway, right, for a turn, so they wouldn't be in here yet. Oh, because it's... Yeah, occupation. There we go. No, not you. It would have been... Here they are. Dong Lianhua of Silken Grace. Oh, wow. Yeah, it gives tons of income from silk. Good. Income for units. And then has normal abilities. Composed, Disciplinary, and Gracious. Of course, starting at level 7 is very excellent. As she'll be able to get dragon units immediately. Speaking of, Gao Shun. And I think we'll take him with his wife in this army now, and then we'll also split off, you know, the Gao Nu, and she'll travel along in a different army, I think, because we can. Oh, Dongli in the pool. We should probably pick her up, huh? We could just bring Wu Yan in the army, right? And that's totally fine, and then... Yeah. Yeah, and then we just have this cav stack. Swap his things to Imperial Lancer cav. And we'll go Household Cav for the other 3. And we'll go to the Crossbow Cav for him later, because, I mean, if he's going to be in a Horse Archer stack. Alright, and then we'll get another army here. Yes, with a massive siege train, you guessed it.
深思熟虑。
And then she'll travel along with them.
我已准备好
So, you
作
know,
战了。
the
唯有扫
Gao
清
Nu
右
and
河
Gao Shun will
天下才能
be
团
traveling
结
along here. Yumi will get the blade of Shangyu. Well, that's sort of too lofty to give to her, isn't it? It really should go to one of our kids. Yeah. Lu Wanzhu will take it. I mean, we'll give her something nice, yeah. You know, why not Twin Marshal Xi? We'll get a refined stone horse, because, you know, symbolizes our dedication to the horse. Military supplies for the own army. Oh no, we should give him this for campaign line of sight when commanding, and then we can give him just literally anything. There we go. Because she's already got tenacity. Oh, she gets poison volley going that way, and I went the wrong way for it. It's fine. She'll level up with plenty of time. She gets poison volley. Where does she start out? YouTube's born in 204.
保持镇定，目标明确。
Oh, there's only 80 models in these units. Oh, that's fascinating. It says, well, yeah, it's small units. So less of them are hitting, but of course, then that means they all have more hit points per model. Well, not a ton more, because you normally get like 100,000 in an infantry unit, and they only have 70. Okay, but, you know, that's still proportionally like 50% more. All right. Awesome. I'm glad that the Kingdom of Gung is getting, you know, some stuff going in here.
到此为止了。
只得如此。
He calls himself a great conqueror, but he's just a second marquis.
此等耻辱，我等不得不受。
And of course, he happens to know that we're on our way up there, so.
好，准了。
For all I know, he doesn't even have any land, right? It's fine. We don't need our vassals to have land. We have this incredibly awesome, pretty secure area up here. We need to...
快点。
call our vassals to arms against Galgan here.
一决雌雄。
真是浪费时间。 吾等已是秣马厉兵。
And we'll send probably both of these armies up to deal with it whenever. Here, we really should drop the infantry from that stack and this stack. We'll work on it.
新春已至，我等皆心怀大愿。
I wish I had that sword. Wish I had that
白
sword.
望足下三思。
And he keeps on trying to abdicate. Look, man, have some pride.
是我们太
Nah, I mean, I get it. I should take it, but, you know, it's not... If we wanted to just roll him up, we would have done that ages ago, you know. We gotta fill the kill list out. This is the first Lu Bu run I've done where we actually... Because we played one in 194, you know, but this is the first modded one, and I think it'll be cool to, you know, chip through the list, and then, you know, when we play Lu Bu again, you know, we can take a different, you know, pathway towards success.
皇天大业，正需猛士，很高兴足下能够满意。
But we've got this awesome vassal network all through the north.
足下定能满意。今日你我达成共识。
And not all of them even hate us. I mean, plenty of them do, but they can't really do too much with it.
任务完成。
Besides, keep getting their heirs yoinked. In a way, vassals that are afraid to leave and that hate us are desirable. Because we get free awesome characters. Because the AI is going to put somebody as their heir that's, like, you know, good at being an heir. Wu liberates duchy. Glorious day! A son has been born to our family, Guan Yinping, the mother, and our beloved son Lulong, the father. He will be an officer.
百姓惠于此地，但见识
He is composed, fulfilled, and vigilant, a very vigilant baby. But glory of glories, wondrous day. Kiddo's here, and this is the sentinel that has, like, not tenacity of steel, but mending over there. Yeah, so I mean, she. It's another thing, you know. Maybe Zabu. That's wrong. So he starts with her, so that could be pretty cool too. And our daughter gets to adamant resolve soon enough. Shaju gets over. Yeah, we're just gonna go to wisdom. I mean, no, deluge is good, but I mean, wisdom's better, right?
白日高悬，中间
Rampart
巨
pretty
蟹，
important. There we go.
众将听令。
立马出击！思维迅捷，
And I'm just happy they get along.
对此加以利用吧。
Pay for constructions. Get the noble individuals. Faction wide. Wonderful. Dong Zhuo gets mighty knockback for the retinue. Sick. Oh, and he's got like the CJI still. I think.
目标只有一个，杀！开战！我等心怀忠贞，才有此胜。现在来尽情庆贺吧！
They get this gate pass, which of course is already all the way up, and that will bring this to 11k gross income. Of course, with 70% corruption, it still makes a lot of money. We don't need the money, but it would be funny to do. She's level 7. We gotta get her out.
Fight! 原地候命，不要分心。 考虑不周，陷阱已设下。
We'll just spin up another one here. Mustache Man? Yeah.
发动农民，
心怀忠正。
You know, there's a lot of these people. I don't know if they're spies, but we want to recruit them anyway, right?
山行险
Well,
恶，
not give them an
不宜
army
抢
yet,
登
though. We gotta.
折而不摧。
She's just not in the stack yet, or is she off? Oh, there she is.
秩序井然，则四海可定。
Trebstack, he's got his bodyguard's crusher. He's gonna sticking there is totally fine with what he's got. And who commands? Guess it doesn't really matter, in which case 50-foot mustache will command. With a mustache like that, anyone will be intimidated. He's the herald, so we need to give him a title that indicates for it. Oh, his cloak gets in the way there. I'm like, why can't I see? Yeah, he'll be the orator. Doesn't make him better, but it is fun.
根壮而后，枝叶繁茂。
Alright, so people in the pool. That guy's level 5. We're going to check him out. Dong Li, the daughter of the tyrant, of course. She's most welcome with us if she's willing to forgive what we did or ignore it. Zilong doesn't have a face, that's okay.
诸位，举杯相庆吧！
Alright, so Dong Li could potentially be a spy, but also could just be very unhappy with how our faction went. So she starts with temper deflection, gets resolved, and her middle ability is hedonistic rant, which gives her lower evasion and higher attack rate. Pretty funny, not great, but good armor at 55. But we'll just set her aside till we figure out if she's a spy or not. And this guy is, I mean, he might be a spy from our dudes, but the rapid blade, so normal tree, we'll just hold on to him for a bit. And then she is almost certainly a spy, but not necessarily. Stalk for own retinue. And a normal tree. We're just going to hold on to her and see, because, I mean, we are very happy here, so it may be that they aren't, but yeah, so she... Dong Yuri gives you 15% ammunition for archers faction-wide, but the wife we found for Ma Chao, the Sapphire of Shandong, Zhang Shangshu here, gives you 50% ammunition for ranged units, which is vastly better than archers, right? Because that's going to apply to things that aren't archer class, like, you know, your artillery. I'm like, is there a single traditional army around here? We don't need a traditional army. A whole bunch of trebs will do its work. 10 trebs in this army. Love it. Love it. So run up this way. We just need to drop the... There's no point... I mean, they're kind of cool units, but there's no point in slowing down the whole army for them, right? And here, do we take the raiders because they're fatigue immune? They swing a lot more, but they're so much less armored. Yeah, I don't think that's desirable. These units are cool, but, you know, we gotta, let's just chop them. Let's just get us a flying rider stack here, and then we'll be able to move very quickly here in the north. Yep, good stuff. What are you doing here? Strategically belligerent. Do you work for me? Yeah. Oh, that's alright then. What's Wang Kwang's previous faction, you know, fallen from their heights. But we still got our chaotic rules, our, you know, everything is so good. And we're trying to get everybody hired there, and we're just gonna try to do a lot of spy stuff however we can. Yeah, and on this front we're just trying to move down there and hold them in abeyance here, hopefully to bring Lu Bu down and get into a gigantic fight soon. If we... Yeah, we need to get to this side, so marching through here is fine.
此计着实难行。
And then this army is going to travel around with Lu Bu's stack because we've got Zhu Chu in it and Zhang He, but also importantly Lu Deng, who will, you know, be learning from the best. And then Lu Ji will probably fall in love with Zhu Chu, and then we will have to get a divorce for him. Of course, at that point he'll be like level 8 or something, probably. So good. And then we'll find a different husband for our perfect lady. At this point, I think we drop this stack and redeploy it.
听凭吩咐。
大人有何打算？
Alright, let's find an administrator with a good personality. You're clever, tolerant, and modest. Got him some independence there, and we get this commandery back under our capable umbrella. What about Chen? Well, it is 19 food. I mean, here in pay, this would be a good one to get rid of, right? We only get a little bit of food overall from it. Cheerful, clever, resourceful, and one-eyed. You know, he is level 5, but that doesn't mean we can't just get him over here. I mean, we've got enough level 5 guys, right? For all we know, he could be a spy. Han Zhen is like, you know, we could give him some lands here, but he's vengeful. We shouldn't trust him. Yeah, we can just give it to the guerrilla. Oh, it wouldn't let us make him independent there. Be all right. Yeah, we'll hold on it for a second. We'll find a better candidate here.
那就快点吧。提的还算合理。那就快点吧。这提的不错。 那 那就快点吧。如此才算长久之计。
Oh, the Duchy of Wei got some land again. Well, we are going to need to spin somebody off to deal with that.
居安思危，未雨绸缪。时值丧乱，生民鲜少。
准备行动。
All right. But I think, in recognition of his long service, we're gonna adopt Gao Shun. Well, no, because that could, you know, send a message to the kids. So we shouldn't do that, actually. Now that I'm thinking, I'm like, so we could be in the family tree, but it'll be okay.
心有所欲，因而导之。
You pay him 200 salary and he has free upkeep on Imperial. Absolutely preposterous. So good.
保持原样，准备伏击。
But alright, yep, there's turn.
“若非两败俱伤，我方才不会应。”
It's like, if you want peace, you can work for me like everybody else in the world. Yeah.
若非两败俱
We'll
伤，
get better terms when our armies show up, buddy.
真是愚蠢的抉择。
And look at that. We've lost a little bit of land. Whatever will we do? I mean, I'm sure we'll find a way to get going somewhere. And Shimoka gets swallowed up by somebody, probably. And it's Queen Zhurong now.
到此为止了。
Queen of the Nonmen. And Zhang Jin, obstinate sorcerer. Oh, his armor gives him mending, what? And he has Book of Earth. Which he probably starts with, but maybe not. Satisfaction wide. For order, 20% food production. He has Roar of the Beast, Final Rush, and Flames. Snipe faction wide. Oh, fascinating. Super obnoxious. Professional structure super good. And of course, man, mending on the armor though, that is real good. I mending on the armor for a Vanguard is just strong. He has a really annoying start position over by Nonman, but there's so many cool things in this game now, and I just can't wait to see more of them. Zhao Yun continues to be just the strongest of all pickups. Su Chu gets to level 8 already, you know, already level 8. Absolutely crazy. I guess you could probably marry her to Lu Bu if you could get the marriage. Well, that would be for a Dong Zhuo thing, and then you could get him to level 10, like, casually, quickly. But yeah, but Lu Bu's gonna march up here, and he's gonna think, oh, he's in march alone, but we have Liu Biao and Wang Yun, you know, who again are supporting us in our ventures on our side. Just a huge stack waiting for Sun Jian. Really bringing a gun to a knife fight here, but look, it's all about the joy. And this is the fast army. That is not going to be far enough away. And our artillery train, because we might just do like an 18 unit thing there eventually, but you know, our artillery train is here. And now, Gao Shun meets the so-called Emperor. Oh, in single combat, no less. Well, I mean single army combat. And his stack is Garbo. Yeah, because she gives everybody stock, I guess? Anyway. We're going to take a short break, do this fight, and then probably, well, we'll see what happens then. Who can tell the future? Not me. I'll be right back. Alright. Time for Gao Shun to defeat this so-called emperor. But really, we want to let them, you know, try to get their acts together before we cut them down. Alright, they are going to come to us. Good, good. You want to duel me? I accept. This is Gao Shun's wife, and she is very eager to prove how tough and worthy she is of the honor of their marriage. We're going to do that by popping a sick Wisdom of the River on the blob. And of course, she's got tenacity already, so she should very handily get it done. Oh yeah, she's going to maul Liu Xie here. There's no chance he's got it. And they're popping smoke, but we're just going to go ahead and bolt out this way. Getting a sick downhill there. When she gets off her horse, she's going to come up here and try to duel the big guy. We are getting very beat up. Of course, he's, you know, more of a horse archer guy and less of a you're supposed to not let your guys get hit by vanguards anyway type of guy. Huge, huge damage out of this fool. But of course, he gets destroyed by 700 bonus charge on our Imperial Lancer Cavalry. Yeah, get out of town, right? These boys get it done. 700 is so many hundreds. Yep. Awesome. Rocking it out. Of course, these fools... I don't even know if he was at home to, like, fix his army whenever he took over as an emperor. So we're gonna send them packing. Send them right back where they came from. Brutal stuff. So the main thing the red ones get is Mighty Knockback natively. So perversely, by the time you get to the very end, You want the red ones in your yellow retinues who do not have access to Mighty Knockback but do get the running speed and stuff. And then the yellow ones in your red retinues because they actually get more of a boost from that, in my opinion, than the other way around. We will release you, Liu Xie, because you're like a noob.
这次饶你们一命。听命。
有话快说，朕可没时间跟蠢货废话。
Of course, he's too proud to abdicate the emperorship, but Wu got beat up
你这狗贼
quite badly in all the wars, but, you know, it's, recently they're thinking about it, but we don't want them to abdicate. We want to brawl. We want to brawl, but, you know, we can see Sun Rin's down here, beating up our vassals here, and then, you know, if... Because Wu's in a position where if they were able to get something going on here, they'd be fine, but I think it'll just be this kingdom, and, you know, we'll give them a little bit of time to try to get their act together. They're brave, and our ambitions are against Wu anyway.
天下才能平定。
Here we meet them outside of the battle, which allows us to get a fight in the field. Which it says we'll lose, but we're not going to lose. We can just keep them in one big block and roll around, which is probably just as good as trying to split them up and pay attention to them. You want to duel me? No, not him. You want to duel me. Alright, so... We should not have charged in here, but it's going to work because the splash is going to crunch. Oh my goodness, Gao Shun, what a boss. What a monster. Yeah, just schwammers them, does half of their freaking bar. Get out, you know. Yeah, we shouldn't have done it. We should have done it. But of course we have Sentinel on Sentinel fight. Tenacity of Steel versus Tenacity of Steel, but we've got better armor out of the box and are stronger in general and have a better weapon. So we're totally going to be fine. Might take a little bit, but we'll be fine. Oh yeah, wait, never mind. We can we can tip the scales a little bit if we want. Just to speed it up. She was going to win. But with no evasion or armor, of course, now that Tenacity's all the way up, she will just get the crunching on Crunch It, Crunch It. Bum, 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 bum. And you or me? You, me, not you. Just goes off, and this guy wants to duel me? Yeah, we'll accept. Sweet. And, you know, she's proving that she is just as brave and mighty as the wife of Gao Shun should be, taking all these duels, rocking out so well. She's a real champion. And we're going to throw a firebomb here. Gorgeous. Love it. They can't stand it. They run away in smoke. And then here, right as they get to the very far edge, boom, the outrageous fire arrows of justice come at them. This dude is not terrible at fighting, right? You know, he's, but that's the thing, is her weapons are legit. The twin martial Ji is fine, they just don't swing super fast. But, you know, once tenacity kicks up to the final thing, doing 3k, that'll get him down. She has Wisdom of the River, but she's not up here using it. We are not so scrupulous. No, we've got 40 seconds left. And just as planned, Yumi has emerged victorious. Did she get unhorsed here? Yep. Protect Gao Shun's wife! She's like, I can take care of myself. Yeah, girl, I know. Get those guys onto here. We'll be able to come in here and support. With a sweet rear charge into these G militia that are distracted. And wow! Just crunches them, right? Absolute carnage. And he can do that every minute. Even more if you have the proper sort of backup, but yeah. This is going to be a great place for a Wisdom of the River. Removing entirely all of these guys' hopes, dreams, and everything else. But I mean, you know, if they're not braced, the Cav are going to demolish. These spear guards here, we're gonna throw a bomb at them. Nope. We're gonna get interrupted from throwing a bomb on them. Sorry, you know, it's hard to throw a bomb. But no surprise there. A glorious victory for Gao Shun and his new bride.
Luan军终于得以平息。 这次饶你们一命，随我来。正气如火，熊熊不息，一统天下。 迅速出击！
Level 7 on my man here, getting Biting Gale for a little bit more sweet AoE. And we'll just go to mounted crossbows here. It's fine.
大人，愿一切安好。
Send her up this way.
满怀
And
信
our
念，
wise daughter Liu Xie, who's gonna, you know, collect some taxes up here, is gonna keep on
我
rolling
军
up.
必胜。
Good weapons for her. Better weapon for our mocking yeah, birding yeah guy. All right, all right. Huh? What? Whom? Guys, the Emperor's here. The old Emperor. He just showed up. Yeah. Well, anyway, we've got him. And, that means, well, that we've got him. He showed up in spite of everything. And, you know, is here. So, you know, we told him he wasn't gonna run anything anymore, and he was like, look, Lubu, Uncle Lubu, please, dude, just, let me work. You know, I'm quiet, composed, and humble. I said, all right, but I'm taking that horse away. All right, yeah. Not sure what happened there. I mean, we did have him. I guess we didn't banish him from the land or anything. So he's just like, all right, cool. Do you mind if I stay? But yeah, and then he'll do a persuade the gentry. That'd be pretty persuasive, I bet. Thomas, did you say, why is the ex-emperor has 100 loyalty points? He took his kingdom and the legacy of his ancestors? Yeah, you know, it is surprising. I think it's honestly just because Liu Xie knows where his bread's buttered. Okay, so for like 16 years, I think it was, we were the prime minister of the Han. It was a long time. And though we did depose him and tell him he wasn't going to be in charge of anything, you know, I guess he just approached us and was like, hey, if y'all just want to, like, feed me, I'm good. Like, I don't need all this other stuff. Can I wear the hat? And we're like, Not in public. He's like, okay, I just really like this hat. Does he want Liu Ji's hand in marriage? Oh, no, she wouldn't. He's not impressive enough. She's gonna marry Zhu Chu. Once... So, Zhu Chu, we married him, actually, to Zhao Yun. She's got this ability in this mod pack that gives an absolute truckload of experience. We got him at level 3, and in like 2 years of them being married, he's level 8. She was previously married to Zhang He. You know, she's very important for leveling, but we're about to marry Zhu Chu and Liu Ji, because she needs a husband who is strong and awesome, and I love Zhu Chu, right? He's like the coolest. He's like my favorite guy. Zhu Chu's old. Zhu Chu's 42, and Liu Ji is not much. Liu Ji's like 30. Liu Ji's 32. You know, that's not... I wouldn't call that like a bad range in this era, right? You know? Like, Liu Ji and Liu Ji are of an age, but, like... He's not a warrior, and she is a great warrior. She only respects that. There was a time where... Yeah, you know, that's totally fine. There was a time when she thought she had a crush on Ma Chao, but that was like a fleeting thing, and then Lu Bu married Hua Lunli, and, you know, they've just been good friends. You know, the Ma clan and us have been rocking out, doing a great time. Doing a great job, having a great time. Lots of spies trying to get recruited in this kingdom. Let's see what happens. So she's in 20. So we're in 212 right now. So, you know, because she grows up in 196. So she's been an adult for 16 years here in this playthrough. Long time. But yeah, we sadly attacked, like, and then executed Dong Zhuo right as we declared emperorships. That's like the grander story of things. Because we hadn't seen him in ages. We'd gone around and been the prime minister like the whole time, and Lu Bu and him had not been around each other at all. And then we came down here, and he was, like, sieging this place, Wu, and, like, you know, helping us out, fighting our enemies and stuff. And then, well, one thing led to another, and we fought him. Alright. Our enemies have absolutely nothing on us, but the story of the playthrough is too engaging for me to want to just win. Because, like, Wu keeps on trying to give up. I don't want that. I want them to try to get strong, and then... Alright, here we go. Speaking of what I want, so we went to March to provoke a fight, so we just did. They're all here. Sun Fu, Hanman, He, and then we've got Sun He, Xie Zhao, and of course, Sun Jian, the big guy, still alive in 212 in this playthrough, right? So, like, he's just been running Wu the whole time. Not very well, mind you, but running it the whole time. And we've got 4 stacks. You know, they've got 2. We'll see what they can do. Now, this... Our Lu Bu stack is in, you know, March stance, so that's bad, but I bet it'll be fine. Given that we have, like, an Imperial army, and even if we lost all of what's on the battlefield, we would still have 3 more armies to come. And we just want to deploy over here in the wide open spaces. Yes. Probably, like, all the way over here, right? Yeah, plenty of space. That's what we're looking for. And the father-daughter combo can go and find some trash to talk. Just like some impossibly hard nuts to crack for our cavalry too, man. Like 73 armor, 55 phys evasion, 60 range block chance, and then of course we got 600 charge on the cav there. So, all right, and then we're just gonna get them here. And that's right, it's the Juggernaut! And Zheng He's here. Oh man, it's about to be a brawl. Let's not get too far away from everybody, right? He wants to abdicate? Yeah, I know. I know he does. He wanted to abdicate the very first turn he became emperor, but I have names on my list. I have names on my list. One of them is not Sun Jian, but it is Sun Ce, and we need to hit him. And then there's a couple other names on the list that work for him as well. So he's not going to get it out of there so easily. Alright, where are they? There are they? Sun Jian, you want to challenge Lu Bu to a duel? Very well, I accept. Now I know we'll probably lose this, but we can't say no. We'll probably lose. But we can't, I mean, he's a sovereign, right? Honor forbids us to decline. We can't take any of these other duels while it's happening, though. But I bet Sun Jian just rips him up. But, you know, he could win. Oh, we've got, and she can't take a duel with... Wow, Sun Jian, yeah, he's just gonna maul him. Jeez Louise. Yeah, okay. That's what we get. I knew he was a sentinel. I knew we'd probably lose. I said it when I took the fight. But we won't necessarily lose.
实在打不过，
Lu Bu has emerged victorious! Lu Bu's like 51, right? Sun Jian's only slightly older than Lu Bu. Alright, now who wants to duel Lu Ji? Now that the old man had his fun. Oh, you want to go, bro? Yeah, I'm sure you do want to duel him. But, you know, Lu Ji will duel all the other people. Thank you very much. That was plenty of it. Oh, Lu Bu spared Sun Jian. He's become kind.
急需救援。
And we're going to Blazing Roar here, even though it's not necessary, just to get the cataphracts off. And Xie Zhao here gets absolutely beat down by my girl. Of course, we also, like... Alright, there we go. The only one who wants to duel is Lu Ji, okay? Lu Bu has 2,000 hit points. Honestly, I think the move is to let him get injured and let Lu Ji have her glorious victory again.
友军正在遭受攻击，准备就绪，时机已至，准备好了。
Lu Bu has been defeated. Lu Ji has gone berserk with rage and grief. I can't believe this has happened.
鼓起勇气，杀！准备好了，进攻！
在，开战，加速前进。
赶快，赶快！ 时机已至。
But we popped the evasion there. We just need to get out here. And Lu Ji, of course, is just an absolute monster now. Swinging 44 times a minute. 7.2k AP. Anybody else want to go? No?
加快脚步，准备就绪。赶快，赶快，跑起来！进军，快跑！
Nobody else wants to duel. Huan Li gets caught by Merc Cavill, they would regret
四散
that.
而逃，到底是无胆鼠辈。
Lu Ji likes her even more than her dad, you know. But yeah, we're just gonna come back here, and now that the preliminary dueling's been done, and Lu Bu won his duel at least. But now it's time to bring the horse archers up. And the cavalry to the front. Oh yeah, I guess Lu Bu was very tired because of the march stance, so that's why it was so close. You know. And now their archers are trying to shoot into our cav as we loop around here, but our cavalry are now going to open up. And these, like, Pearl Dragons are... I mean, they got shields, but they're not going to be happy about this. And just a volley or two will melt them down. Gorgeous work. Keep moving back here, and then... Oh, it looks like they're within Juggernaut range now, almost. So this is pretty... potentially bad for us, given that we don't... No, if we just back up a little further, then that will be perfect. I'm like, we don't want to get hit by him. I'm like, we can just walk away. The Juggernaut is shooting... All of our artillery is shooting at, like, individual dudes. We're going to be able to pick this guy off pretty quickly here. And now... Oh, they caught us there. Makes sense. And they've got their missile block on there. We just need to bounce out here. Big range block chance there. And the Juggernaut can now feast. Oh boy. Oh, this is the greatest battle. Yeah, sure, we're shooting into Saber Infantry, but whatever. We actually, there's so many shielded units here that our very, very huge contingent of Cav Archers isn't doing too hot. But once things actually come to a head, you know, we'll be able to... try to deal. I'm like, let's,
我军士卒仓皇逃命，真乃丧家之犬。
Get on him here. Beautiful. And then we just need to get
胜利就在眼前。
Liu Biao charges into them to stop them from hitting Huolongni, who gets an awesome hit there. White Feathered Riders get a little chunked. What we want to do here is just move out. Like all the way through the center, right? If we can just punch it. And these guys are facing the wrong way, but now we've got them. Huolongni, oh my goodness. We charged into a bunch of spears and stayed there. Not great. You know, she's still got some hit points left. But the Gentleman of the Han, Liu Biao, showing up there. Let's get on these Onyx Dragons. Let's get this way. Yeah, the attempt to push through their forces had predictable results. But we've dragged them out sufficiently far. The trebuchets didn't get that many kills. But, you know, it's about sending a message. Really, it's that we didn't do a good job with our cavalry when this engagement started, and we just sort of jammed them into the middle, which did fine a little. You know, it kept them engaged, but fundamentally, like, if we had gotten them around the back, engaged the cav, and then run around, and then into all of their ranged, you know, that's a lot of where we took some damage here. Don't know why he keeps going out of control. Does this dude do it to people? Anyway, he's just freaking out. Wang Yun is like, I can't believe you! I don't remember this being on his unit card. -1 resilience enemy army? Oh, that's crazy! That's so interesting. Like, makes it easier for you to pop people. Interesting. Fascinating. But of course, the very, very huge defensive stats on our cav archers, I mean, 73 armor and 60 melee evasion, it doesn't even matter if they catch you. It's going to take a year once the charge is over for them to kill you. But a glorious victory over the Imperial Army of Sun. Such as it was. You know, they brought 2 forces, I brought 2 forces. It feels like I brought 4. I'm like, it feels like they had more armies than me. It's because it's just a 1v1 and they had a lot of cav. And 10 of my guys were cav archers. Which are strong, but do require a lot of thinking. You know, probably a couple more Imperial Palace crossbowmen would be called for. We didn't really get good results out of these Palace cav, did we? But they do have a ton of shields. Just an absolute ton of shields in this army. So it's not really surprising that we didn't get a lot of great results out of them. Well, hey, at least Lu Bu won his duel, right? The heavenly mandate has passed to me!
他们再也不敢小瞧我们了。
放了这群废物，放了他们， 让他们牢记我的大恩大德。要这些俘虏也没用。
But they attacked us, and now they're not gonna have a good time. But yeah, you wanna fight them? Yeah, sure, buddy.
足下欣然接受，令我等倍感欣喜。
An awesome knockdown drag out. But man, I don't think I should use 10 of those cav archers if I use them that badly. But that was 2 armies of them, you know. Each army doesn't have 10. But yeah, maybe just a few more of the regular archers, because they did great. But there's also, you know, twice as many of them in the unit. And, you know... Because the Palace Crossbowmen can't fire while moving, which the Xiong Marauders can do, like Parthian shots. They can't do all that, but there's a cunning scheme against us. But I'm going to take a short break, and we'll be right back. All right. Bum, 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 bum. And Tsuchu gets to level 9. Yeah, we need to, you know, and he was so impressed with her performance in the battle that he runs up and he's like, Liu Xie, what if I divorce my
行事
wife?
谨慎，可称机敏。
And she's like,
居安思
oh,
危，未
Auntie
雨绸
Zilong?
缪。
Is she okay with it? And he's like, I don't think she likes me that much, honestly.
千层波浪，充实巨岩。
恢复原样。
杀！快去，
But the gentleman of the Han comes in
淹
here.
没敌军。坚如盾牌，势如利刃，锐不可挡。
And everyone's here is real proud to present Choked Out, Choked Out, Choked Out, the song by the Mountain Goats.
我等应设宴庆贺。把俘虏
And we
放回去
get
吧，
the
放了
awesome
吧。
ammunition
但建设不
for
能
siege
懈怠。
weapons thing.
开战！ 廉洁奉公，忍受苦难，尽情厮杀。
Oh yeah. We've got our reinforcements here.
设宴摆席，欢呼庆祝吧！此城归我军所有了。
And she tries to run this way, not knowing that the Our Lady of Heavy Metal Swordsmanship is right there. And then 50-foot mustache man's just gonna roll up.
大义将临，莫敢不从。放他们回家去吧。
And the wife gets adamant resolve. You, me, the graceful entertainer. And that one's bound to him, yeah. It's like, let's steal his sword. No, it won't let us. So we need something good for her, but we can't take somebody else's thing that's already theirs, and everybody's already got something.
诸位猛士，随我征战！
开战！折而不摧，拿起武器！
威武不屈！
But from here, of course, there's the gate pass there, and this is, like, impassable. I think it won't actually let you walk over it type of thing in this direction. It may, but I don't think it will. So, from this jade? No, toolmaker. Yeah, the jade's over here. We'll be able to hold it there, and then, you know, see if he can get his act together, because he did confederate, you know, some people there, and then we're just gonna move here, push Wu on their side of the river, and see, you know. Hey, there we go. There's our boy. Oh! I see. Yun Shu. He's on our list, too. So, Yun Shu was our vassal for ages, and then got eliminated, and apparently ran right to the Sun family and became their Grand Commandant. He should have come to me. But this army has 3 people in it that are on the list. which I think is like basically everybody we expect to find down there at this point.
坚定不移。
Dianwei's in Konglong's faction, so probably never gonna see him. Right. Sima Yi has joined with Wu. Zhuge Liang's still with his dad. They're fighting for one of our vassals. Huang Gai is with Yan Bai Hu. Ganning is there. All right. Well, yeah, we're gonna be filling it out. Going to be filling it out because here we see, and we might be able to get a red cliff, right? A big old red cliff. We have to make it across the river, of course, because otherwise it's just simulated, which is not nearly as fun.
法令必行，一往无前。
正在行军，不能这样，前进！
击垮敌军。
But, you know, after losing the duel to Lu Bu, Sun Jian runs away, leaving all of his family on the battlefield to try to cover his retreat, which doesn't work.
智取胜于强攻。
Liu Biao puts it to siege.
攻占此城，正合我计。
And we make friends. Okay, yeah, so these battles where we won, now, like, all of the people here now are all pals on the back of it. Great stuff. And Lu Ding, you know, bonds with everybody and becomes a more respectable young man. We'll give him this for campaign movement range and speed. Yeah, why not? Get him some more expertise, you know. Ma Dai gets to level 6, one step closer to the Ma Dai ability. So called because that is its name. Defender of the passes, Ma Dai, the hero.
向前进军。
Hey, he's not a spy. We're still taking the spear, obviously. We'll give it back to you if you get into an army, buddy. Oh. Oh, okay. I've seen this guy before, yeah. Mighty knockback own retinue. Charge bonus for all units with companions. So it's like, you get it, but he's also in red, so you can get it anyway. But we'll hold on to him on account of how he's willing to spy. And we've just flooded this guy's pool with people that are potentially my spies. And we'll see if he recruits any of them.
以柔克刚。
Alright. In the autumn of 202, Liu Xie says, Father, get Zhu Chu to divorce his wife. But before she can even do it, Zhu Yun's like, I am tired of Zhu Chu. He was nice. But I would like a different husband. Who is good enough for me in this faction, Zhu Yun says, looking around expectantly. She's like, how about the Emperor? The old Emperor. And Lu Bu's like, don't y'all, like, hate each other? She's like, yeah. Maybe we'll get along. She didn't call him the Emperor, of course. She's like, you know, Liu Xie. Why not?
准备行动，
静以致远，
心如止水，气聚神凝。
We will name her the... Yeah, the general gives tranquility to the north. And Zilong, with a couple victories under his belt, should be something fun.
观此不毛之地，
The general who calms the waves, yeah, why not? And she needs a husband. Lu Zheng. And they'll eventually be able to be in a party together, you know, maybe, but there you go. She'll marry into the family. You know, she really impressed us all there, and you know, we've got a big old family tree there. And of course, now Liu Xie says, well, Father, you know the husband that I would really like. He is strong and dashing. He has a little bit of a mustache, but mainly it's a beard. Glorious day. Zhu Chu and Liu Xie have been wed. The tiger fool and the daughter of the dragon. Now Zhu Chu hits even harder thanks to his inspiration from his awesome wife. And we need a husband for her, but who is suitable? I don't really think any of these guys are good enough for her. Yeah, Fa Zheng's 36. It's a little old. I think 50-foot mustache dudes. I mean, 30. I mean, it's. He is the herald, you know. He would have. But does his personality match hers, right? Because she's like. She's the tax collector, right? She would need a serious sort, you know, one who could really impress her. What are his details? Fraternal for so cheerful, artful, and strong. Well, you know, let's just see if they like each other in the games thing, and if they do, then that would make a fine match. Because sometimes they'll have a thing. Yeah, they like it. Yeah, okay, they're harmonious. And Zotzi Hongba, the man of the large mustache, Lu Bonju, will marry. Huzzah! And now the family tree is filling out a little bit here. Oh, Dong Zhuo. Dong Zhuo had a kid in 192, and he just, like, was raising them up the whole time. That's what he was doing. Dong Huixiang, who is bright, stern, and ambitious. You know, she must have made him very proud. And how different a personality Liu Ji, with her charismatic, fearful, disciplinary, and formidable and intrepid nature, right? That's it's a different sort of thing. All right, so what we can do is we want to inspire loyalty. Here's the, like, yeah, and since he married into the family to our daughter, like, Lu Bu's gonna have a talk. He's gonna sit him down and be like, look, Zhu Chu, I know that this is China, and you may have expectations for how to behave, but if Liu Ji doesn't cut your head off with a halberd, I will. And he's like, yeah, no, sure, boss, dude, given that we've captured and released Zhu Chu numerous times by now, we hardly needed to give him too much of a speech about it. But you know, Lu Bu is that kind of guy. He is absolutely that kind of guy to stick his nose in. Alright, so we get a bunch of the marriages online, and of course marry a bunch of the daughters of the dragons into our houses. I'm a very predictable guy, right? Because I'm sure, you know, if we just, I mean, why bother? But, like, we could just probably drop him and then get him into ours, but we're gonna call everybody in arms against the Duchy of Wei. We're gonna be like, look, y'all solve this problem for me. I don't feel like it. We're off doing stuff, alright? Speaking of solving problems, Zhang Yong looks like he's gonna come down here and solve this one for us. But, you know, crossing him off the list may not be a doable thing anymore, sad to say. Xunyu's been made chief smuggler. Wow. Good job, buddy. There's no point in building these buildings. It's okay. There is a point in this army, because this is like our beloved tax collector daughter.
一往无前。
It's not weird. Plenty of kids dream of growing up to be a
拿
tax
起
collector.
武器，
But Lu Bonju is the only one brave enough to do it.
我已准备好。
厚道总比庙堂之上滚滚诸公。
释放怒火，
路就在前方，集中精神。
我郑将定会名扬天下。
看看这个如何？
And he wants to give up again. But again,
你会后悔
you
的。
send Sun Ce to me. You tell him he made my list of things to do this week. You don't get a give up. Well, we're still got our list. Plus, frankly, I think that's very unrealistic for, you know, it's because he got so beat up before all of this happened. But the Sun family, even assuming that we burned down the capital and stuff like we did and all of that, just because we're on this side of the river, they wouldn't be saying, just take us over, we'll entirely work for you, unconditional surrender, right? Suing for peace for another thing, but I think you can't, like, really do the diplomacy for the emperors or whatever, or you can't enter alliances, but, I mean, he might have correctly interpreted our strength is too strong, but just, in general, they would have went to the other side of the river and tried to hold out there, at least some. Zilong, the brutal master, 79 years old, and falls to the ravages of time. I think none of the spies are getting recruited, but that's okay.
杀！
威加海内，乱世遂定。烈火燎原，释放怒火，消灭敌军。承天所助，我军必胜。
江河涌动，奔腾不息。
冲啊！
齐心协力，
挽弓欲射，则屏息凝神。
至柔如水，以应万变。
And we are, and this is, you know, how historically fun, you know, just like us sitting here over the mountains at a kingdom here broadly located in the south, and saying, you what? You said you're the emperor? I said I was the emperor.
打起精神来！
协力出击！拿起武器！今日此战乃是大义之胜，目标只有一个。拿起武器，全军前进！
行进。
向前进军。
We're going to move back in there. Mainly because if we can get them to move further up in the river here, then we might be able to get them. And again, we want to make sure, because we want to fight them in a real battle so that we'll have, you know, cinema. And also because it's just auto-resolve if you catch them on the river, which, you know, not less than awesome. I totally forgot about this army being here.
讨平逆贼，匡扶天下。
Oh yeah, because it was supposed to help out with that war. Well, you know, it's going to do that now.
绝不动摇，报仇雪恨，
绝不留情。
Assassin, just a normal guy though. All right.
我的目标十分明确。
Yeah, we'll just do 2 of the cavalry here in this army. I'm like, whoever's leveling up, I bet they're married to the lady. Yep, indeed. Yeah, faction by line of sight. No, but abstractly, it could have been a solution to marry Liu Xie to Liu Ji, but as a general rule, I never make Liu Ji marry anybody that she wouldn't want to. And I'm not going to break that rule just for anything. Perfect weapon used against cavalry, if you say so. .25 mass. Well, this guy, 65 armor, 25% mass, and 15 range block chance, could be a candidate for great elephant character. The Avengers? A symbol? Alright, so that's definitely a joke. And it is... Okay, so... This weapon is probably the best weapon. Big damage and AP damage, and it levels up like Tenacity of Steel, but it gives you immunity to fatigue, but crucially 100% melee attack rate whenever it's leveled up. So probably the best weapon. A very great weapon, though. We need to try to get Ling Tong on our side. Got it. Just totally forgot about all these armies for a second. Oh yeah, and these armies are up here too. That's right.
保持原样，一统天下。吾等大业，天意所归。拿起武器，心怀荣耀。每打赢一场，天下就安定一分。
This guy seems pretty desirable. But this ability, you know, we don't have any of the other 8 riders, I don't think, but... That's the very whiny girl, the Muline maid. Alright, let's see about assignments. Just trying to keep them rolling there. Oh yeah, this army.
憧憬胜利，
Liu Xie's like, what do you mean they stopped paying their taxes? They're like, well, they betrayed us and they're not our vassal anymore, and they declared war. She's like, but they're not gonna pay their taxes? Just like really, really hung up on this concept and quite upset about it. As since she was a little girl, all she wanted to do was make sure that people paid their allocated amount of taxes.
一统天下，荣耀，任务完成。
This lady's got big hair. Let's get her. I mean, he's our vassal, but you know, she's got big hair. Let's get her. Like, I don't want the vassal factionaires of like our new vassals who don't have anybody cool in it. We'll take his. Better cavalry. Cavalry plus masterwork archers. Yeah, perfect. Liu Xie gets more levels immediately. Man, you know, he just really is having a good time. Man, if we had only thought of this ages ago. Well, now we know. Alright, so what we want to do here, right, is move them up, these guys in ambush.
剑锋出鞘，攻其不备。正在行进。
And here as well, and then if they only see this one, they probably won't, like, bail. And we will sneak in here and provoke them as well. No, we will not. We will back out a little bit. Don't want to spook them.
时局变动，戡乱讨逆，一统天下。大势已定。 占领此城乃是谨慎之举。
绝不留情。
And of course they'll run.
狂呼吧！立刻群敌。
But you know, we just had to have our elites.
天下万物复苏，释放怒火，消灭敌军。不行。
But they are on the wrong side of the river, and if this army comes at us, which I would surprise, Lian Ji, the gentle peacekeeper here. Regular tree.
一统天下。我军如有天助，气焰大盛。此城甚善，先收下了。
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna come out. Yeah, this is a very crummy army, right? And then
悉心节欲，待时而发。
Mattia here with the solemn trust will be able to quite handily beat him down. We give him a nice white horse. No. Because hopefully they'll just come up. They you know, they won't be afraid. They'll come into siege here, and then we'll be able to get them. Because imagine this guy surprised when he's trying to make his way up here, and then he sees it just bristling with foes.
千层波浪，充实巨岩，正在行进。
正在行进。
统一行进，并非明智之举。
杀呀！为了天下苍生，奋力一战。出发！消灭敌军！今日此胜，乃承天之恩泽。吾等大义必将降临此城。
Thought about burning it for the momentum, but I figured also it would be better for us to get the replenishment.
挽弓预射，则屏息凝神。开战！
聚气凝
Access
神，
over here, because they
打起精神来。至柔如水，以应万变。
向前推进，
迅速出击！拿起武器。
yeah, this army crunches that one.
有话快说，朕可没时间跟。
看看这个如何？是我们太过大度了。
All right, perfect. They have come across the river.
"这是我方提案。
Galgan, you're called a loyal guard, but I refuse to trust you again. You betrayed your oath, sir. You shamed yourself, sir. You will answer. Galgan's faction is destroyed. You have any fondness for me having up him? Ah, Sai Hujin, ditzy and absent-minded. Well, you know. The Jade Snake goes. Sss. It's a snake. Yeah, probably not a spy, probably just been in the pool for ages. Because she's ditzy Natsumite and they don't like her. But, you know, she'll fit in fine with our people. She'll be fine. still married to Liu Cong, just not around. Well, you know. Welcome, welcome. Oh no, unfortunate events, age 15. Oh no, jeez. Feels so bad.
坚定不移。
为了天下大业，
不要分心。
我绝不动摇，一鼓作气。
悉听尊便。我军所向披靡。 有话快说，朕可没时间跟蠢货废话。
Here we go.
相信直觉。
What happened? Did Liu Biao die? Oh no, he just got injured by whatever faction event that was. Oh, okay. I'm like, where did he go? I should have known. They should have told me.
团结一心，恢复原样，保持原样。
So we will have a gigantic knockdown drag out
悉听尊
here.
便。讨平乱贼，澄清寺，此地有何情报？
Man, losing Liu Biao's forces there, that is pretty good for them, though.
我已准备好作战了。
Alright, this guy can't retreat, so that, because he's in March, so that's the angle, right?
当断则断，向前进军，
稳住阵型。
So we can pull this stack up, and then... No, he needs to
平定
get
天下。行则同进，
through,
战则
and
同
this
逃。
stack will still be able to do something. We can get, you know, any amount of just like one hero will help. This is going to be a big fight, right? So... Well, she won't help. We don't need the other one in here, right? Right.
扫平天下，
Sure, it'd be nice to have Liu Biao, but I'm sure we'll find a way to make it work.
心怀忠正，
And here...
我军必胜。悉听尊便。
Alright, if we go here, then this will be a 4-part battle. This is the one we want. We hit Liu Yu. Yeah, because then they'll all show up.
绝不动摇。
But if we hit this one, they'll still all show up. No, we'll just,
我绝不动摇。
yeah, this is the one. We'll hit here. Well, we need to make sure they don't run away. Because if they do, then we'll take the March one. Because we don't want them to fragment. We want a massive, massive battle. And then we can have peace with Wu, right? After we destroy the faction heir in combat, you know, along with everybody else. And then Yuan Shu and Tai Shi, you know, it'll be a huge, huge, huge victory that'll be worthy of it. You know, we would have defeated everybody except Empress Wuli. That's in their faction, you know, through time, basically, and with... I was like, Simi, you know, Sayan. Alright. Will this be the last gasp of the Sun family?
让他们尝尝怒火。
Alright. Now, we only actually have a limited amount of artillery. And a ton of horse archers. And some infantry. What we do have, of course, is duelists, killers, fighters, bashers, screamers. What do they have? Some Jade Dragons from Yuan Shu. Alright, some Cav, not like a ton of it. Some very respectable infantry. Not like a ton of spears, just like a couple handfuls of them, right? And when I look at this army, I see a bunch of people that are going to duel Lu Ji and lose. But I'm going to take a short break, and then we'll do this. This will likely be the last battle of the video, and then... well... It might be the... you know... we actually might be wrapping it up, I suppose, huh? Because we'll do this, and then from there we'll just evaluate how we feel. But we might just roll on down and take the Emperor's seat from the other side of things. And, well, we'll see. But I'll be right back, and we will have this huge battle, right? Almost 10,000 on their side. Almost 5,000 on ours. Zhu Chu's here. We're gonna have plenty of guys. We just need to make sure that our reinforcements are, you know, that we deploy well. Where's our map view? Okay, beautiful. Beautiful. There's some hard to maneuver lands, but with Zhang He out, that'll be totally fine. And other than that, big, wide open spaces. The last time we fought, there was a lot of obscuring... last time we fought the Sun, there was a lot of obscuring stuff going on. And, I mean, there was a lot of flat land, but there was also, like, you know, some hills in the middle. Maybe there are here, too. But When we return, we will tackle this. All right. It is time. Let this be the final battle between our houses. We did save beforehand. Always got to be worried about a crash. Alright, so we'll get reinforcements here and here, and they'll get it from there, which means we'll have them coming across this very treacherous terrain. And once Zhang He comes out, we'll have Strider, proper Strider, like from Warhammer. Well, let's get our towers up. And just, like, get some caltrops there on the grounds that they might walk into them. Alright, this one's for all the marbles. Now, what we want to do, because we have Vanguard, right, is we want to be able to put in hits here and probably just either pop this guy or get him to duel Liu Xie immediately while the rest of their reinforcements are trying to come in from far away. And then get to picking away at him, right? That is the plan. And we'll have plenty of reinforcements coming in. Alright, I'm so excited. I love a huge battle, right? You don't often get them. You know, you only get a few per campaign unless you work for it. I mean, which makes sense, you know? Several full stacks only come together for certain events, but let us go then.
我方援兵终于来了。
Alright. And they got their block chance on right now. Does anybody want to go? Yeah. Let us take out the Vanguard first. Alright, not right now. Okay, let's back out. Like, these guys have their immunity to being shot for a little while longer. And now they've thrown it on there. Alright, yeah, don't shoot them. Let's go this way. Get some shots in at the Mert cavalry. We forgot to use our abilities here. You know, we make it out anyway. The Mert cavalry taking a volley. We're taking a volley. Speaking of, get out of there. Like, look, buddy, you want to duel somebody, you deal Liu Xie. And this commander is trying to bounce. I mean, like, if they leave, that's fine. We don't need to pop every single one of them. We do want to get outside of the range here. Oh, yeah, by the way, our reinforcements came in, and I wasn't moving them. Zuchu's here and Zhonghe's here, very crucial, and a new burst of these cav. We also have beginner to shock cav there. Liu Xie keeps on winning. We can just take a shot at her. Liu Xie will get on her horse, and they're all in a weird way. They're about to have a terrible time. I don't know, like, reinforcements come very quickly in this game, and I just, like, you know, I took my sweet time moving them on. But, hey, most of it's cavalry. But Zuchu's like, honey, I'm home! And we're going to be able to run very roughshod over these fools here. And hopefully our guys will be able to resist lighting the puddles on fire. Sometimes they can't, right? Sometimes they just, like, really have a trouble with that. But they are, you know, we've crunched up on the first army. Beautiful. We need him to be paired with this cav so that they can get his Strider buff or a thing. Well, actually, it's just the speed, right? Yeah, because we have map-wide geographic mastery, which is so good. Because let me tell you, in these little pools and things, having the Strider, very nice. but we're able to run pretty handily here. And we're seeing some yellow dragons in the front here. What does that mean to us? Well, that means lack of charge resistance. That means shields, but not spears. So we are going to be able to just bash them. And this very good unit is caught out in the open and run down. Beautiful work. Speaking of, we're going to lock all of these guys in place. Sun Tzu wants to duel Lu Bu. You're just the heir. Your faction leader is the only one who who's worthy to ask that. Also, Lu Ji is my heir, and she would be happy to consider this. Oh, he doesn't want to duel him? Hey, there we go. Yeah, Zhu Chu's like, baby, watch this. And goes to fight Sun Tzu. And also, what he really meant was, Lu Bu, watch this. Look how good I do. My wife already loves me. It's you I need to impress. But my window went down some, but we're in a good spot. The only thing that we miss is the duel there, but that's okay. Our cav archers are layered in. And we need to bounce. No, why? Why did I click off again? What we need to do is get out of this blob now. Oh, Wang Yun is oath sworn to one of the... Either that or he just freaks out all the time. It happened again, you know. He does that sometimes. I don't know. Oh, can go berserk during the battle. Okay. Well, we're not going to be able to get him out. I guess he, you know, sometimes people just do that, right? Does Lu Ji lose her horse? Yes. Well, she actually never got back on it after her duel, right? Alright, so we do need to rescue her here. But now these Onyx Dragons moved up all the way into our counterfire and, crucially, are quite separated from the rest of their troops. And Huolan Li, with more of the cavalry, coming in beautifully. And of course, these guys didn't realize that we were drawing them to the exact edge of the range of our trebuchets. I didn't truly regularize it either, but you know, it sounds better if I did it on purpose. And just crunching on them. Alright, perfect. Let's bounce. Alright, we need to... We're trying to find her horse. I honestly don't know where it is. Her horse is over here. She's gonna try to get to it, right? You know, I'm actually kind of worried about leaving her alone there. We're gonna Everybody else is gonna go and... Hey, never mind. She doesn't need her horse, actually. Time to duel. Let's shoot this strategist here, right? Or she... You know, she might be getting on her horse before the duel happens. That is fine, actually. And I'm for it. I don't think Sun Jing was here whenever Sun Tzu lost the duel. Either that or they don't get along. So it doesn't look like we have an Oathsworn problem there. These cavalry household, they're down to 10. We're going to go ahead and get them off of the field. Same with these. Yeah, it definitely looks like, rather humorously, Liu Xie is going to, because she was ordered to get on her horse, is going to go all the way back and get her horse. But we are going to destroy him here. This is like, this reminds me of playing Warhammer in the best of ways, right? Where they have a lot of guys, you have a lot of guys, so you find a way to make it work early and then get back to where you want to be. Gorgeous. You know, these flying riders, why don't we just drop them out and get some fresh troops too? There's no need to be pushing them too far. Okay, so this is... Alright, the duel might be a little bugged here, but... Well, we're gonna duel this other guy. And we're just gonna draw back here. Of course, our cav is getting shot up a little more, but they did what they needed to do there. And Zhang He would love to duel this guy, but the story is for Zhu Chu to duel him. Beautiful. Love it. Perfect. No notes. And of course, this guy is like good at fighting, technically. He's a sentinel and all, but we're going to pop him. Zhu Chu might lose this depending on whether or not they're Oathsworn, because Liu Xie will definitely win it before he wins his. Well, we'll probably do it. Because Zhu Chu is hitting him like a freaking truck. And of course, he has... Yeah, no, he totally gets it done already, yeah. Swinging 44 times a minute. Rips his face off, but Liu Xie, this guy was out Oathsworn, so she emerges victorious as well. Great stuff. Charging in here and here and here. And now they are just being defeated in detail. This is awful for them, right? This is so bad. Because as they shatter, they run away, right? And now they've got more guys coming in from forever far away. And with their command and control totally broken down, they don't have the ability to be like, hey guys, maybe don't pursue Lu Bu. You know, they just keep on doing it. The Trebs are out of ammo, so we can take them out. Some ammo left on the crossbowmen, so they can stay. And actually, I think we'll go ahead and withdraw the Imperial troops so they'll be fresh for the follow-ups, right? Look at me playing right for the first time ever. Bomb throwers right in the center. Warrior monks to buff everybody else. Alright, and we'll give them the... Oh yeah, range damage. That's what we'll give them. I love these guys. I've never played with them before, but I love them. Alright, and, you know, Yuan Shu, our old vassal, here at the head of the army to try to stand against us. Somebody want to brawl? What about... Whoa. Okay, let's slow down a little bit. Taishitsi? Yeah, very well, I accept. I'm not afraid of anybody. And he's hardly like a fighter, right? Yuan Shu, you want to fight the Empress? No, sir. No, if you want to fight Lu Bu... Overcome by rage. Oh, he, Alright, it just bugged a little bit. Overcome by rage, Lu Bu challenges Yuan Shu, previously his vassal, to single combat. And of course, this is not supposed to be done. He's, you know, the emperor now, but he just couldn't help himself. He absolutely could not help himself. And Lu Ji's like, Dad, we talked about this, but Lu Bu says, talked about what? I don't even see Yuan Shu there. I don't even see him. What do you mean a duel? I don't remember that. And Lu Bu and Lu Ji can get on these Onyx Dragons. The infantry comes in here. We hit an adamant resolve. And these Tiger Guard are pretty low on morale, so we're just going to charge into them from the side here, and then that should be enough to break them off. And Zhu Chu's just straight partying, right? Oh, his hands are up. He is playing his song. Everything is awesome. Everything is awesome. Smash. Hit the front blob with defense. Oh, we're on a oil patch. That's a bad place to be standing for our Camp Crushers. Speaking of a bad place to be standing for the Camp Crushers, this isn't. They're going to get an amazing flank in here. And they're gonna get a very, very spicy smash in there. We want to pull these guys around to the rear of the thing if we can. The rear of the thing, of the blob. Like, I don't love the shot that I just told her to take. We canceled it in time, though. I'm like, we have a lot of our own infantry there. They're dealt with on this side. These guys pretty tuned up. These guys out of ammo, though. We can withdraw them. Chu get unhorsed. I mean, he's fighting in spears. Yep, he definitely got unhorsed. That's okay. It's about sending a message. And we're gonna drop the Dragon's Gaze. Now all the ones trying to run. Now Zeus can't leave, right? Beautiful. Awesome. Awesome fight. The bomb throwers get no value and take a lot of damage. It's okay. We'll keep them in the back and take Firewheel off. Maybe they'll do something before it's all said and done. Who amongst you is brave? Are there any men worth their salt for the Empire of Wu? Or do you flee at the mere sight of Liu Xie? Cowards all! A devastating victory! We win. Save the replay because I honestly... Awesome. They called that a close victory. Absolutely nothing could be further from the truth. The only thing about that that's accurate is the word victory. Crushing, devastating, bonkers, amazing. Taishi is captured. Sun Tzu is captured. Yuan Shu is captured. We should execute him, honestly. Yeah. We should and we will. Even though we're about to confederate him, Yuan Shu was our vassal, and instead of coming to us, we would have given him lands. Instead of coming to us, he went into the arms of our enemy. Outrageous.
给我全杀光！快去，恪守职责。
And we get several more unlocks. We're going to save it real quick and then look at what we've gotten. You know, Lu Bu is already pretty strong, but man, oh man. And two, like, it just makes sense to get the execute on Yuan Shu. It's awesome too, because we took that duel and then in like 4 seconds he just ripped him up, but I don't think his armor's very good, right? So we are We are crossing a lot of stuff off the list. There's the Yun clan. We get prestige and undercover network star for enemy spies, so that's actually pretty nice. The spy thing there is plus 10% ranged firing rate. That might be faction wide.
只有坏人才会怕我。
目标只有一个，拿起武器。
It might be faction wide. We already have some from that. I think it might be faction wide though, because it's very small as an element. Because when we beat Sun Ren, we got 100% rate. Well, I guess maybe it's just the speed for him though. But no, when we beat Huang Zhong. No, that was ammo. Okay, maybe the firing rate. I was misremembering it, but it just seems like a very small thing compared to the other. But you know, it is what it is. But yeah, Setting Suns, we get 15% melee damage and 10% campaign movement range there. We complete the 3 kingdoms. So you know there's just bandits, the bruiser. But yeah, you know, that, and an absolutely epic battle to cap out the war there. And we will demand the abdication of Sun. And he barely wants to do it even after that fight, but Sun Wu. Sun Xian is now in our hands. You always save before you do this because it shifts the map a lot, and the game, being a mod and being a game, is not 1,000,000% stable because it has to reassign all of their commanderies. It has to figure out who's getting which armies and stuff. It has to reassign everything to the factions. So you just chill, breathe, and you're all right. Replace your dead general, yeah. And I was like, yeah, we'll take over, but by the way, Yuan Shu is out. No, we don't want to... Yeah, here we go. The warlord has lost their imperial palace. Yuan Shu has died carrying out their duty. Wrong. Wrong. But first things first. Oh, we have max armies. Of course we do, because we would have confederated all of them. Let's look at what we've got going on here.
奸贼，快说！
Well, we don't want to vassalize them right away, right? We do want to pop them first. Can we get out of here? Alright, no, we need to.
向前进军，准备急行军，
Just like get on the water, right?
扬帆前进。
杀呀！
And Matia is like, what? Someone in distress? Well, we'll help. And runs down quite heroically to make sure nothing bad happens. Zhang Jin
心怀怨怒，
rolls up this way to deal with this. But we've crossed the names off the list. Glorious day. Mahjong, are you related to me, bro?
力求上进。我所看重之人，皆是精兵良将。
绝不动摇。我等威名，如今海内皆知。俘虏也要吃饭，都放了吧。我郑将定会名扬天下。奋力一战。
And the pirates were just like trying to raid it, and then we had kind of probably upset him here by doing this, but you know. If he raids me, then he is currently raiding, but we will rip him into little pieces. Zhang Jin gets to level 9. Sweet. Battle running speed for the retinue. Probably. Fatigue resistance for them. Decent. Guerrilla and negative morale. Very nice. Yeah, fatigue resistance for her retinue. Probably where we're going there.
立刻群敌。
A debating pavilion.
团结一心。
Alright, so we just need to disband a bunch of these armies now.
势如狂澜。
First of all, remove the gilded turtle from this guy. He's cool. He's the enduring headsman. You know, gets mending. However, this is very late campaign. And we are giving the coolest stuff to the people that we care about the most so that we get them as part of the story.
时局变动，戡乱讨逆。
该当如此。
And most of the other ones were just eliminated, and we'll...
门外何人？
切莫动摇。
行事谨慎，可称机敏。
一统天下。
有话快说，朕可没时间跟蠢货废话。
And we'll take this, and then yeah, we'll bring the whole crew over there, right? Well, I mean, the family to that side.
大人有何打算？为天下苍生，立刻群敌。
遵命，悉听尊便。
闻风而动，雷厉风行。
大人，有何吩咐？
I didn't even look at the performance of the units after that battle, but it was an absolute slugfest.
愿闻大人之志，在下定当赴汤蹈火，不辞万难。
心如止水，气聚神凝。 大人，愿一切安好。大人到此，蓬荜生辉。
此地人烟稀少，是非自然之道。大人，有何吩咐？
Oh. He's mad. I have never seen that on somebody before. Maybe it's unique to him, but yeah. Gets berserk.
Daren, 听您吩咐。
We still need some armies over here, but we'll spin up another. We'll figure out next turn what we want to do on that front. There.
大人，为您效劳，须得休整一番，方可尽力。
But we have to get an army here right now. To defend. Not Dong Li's, we don't know if we can trust her. Well, you know, the Sun family.
抓住机遇。
The Sun family will defend the Emperor's seat, right? And this guard will watch over them and stab them if they try to do anything wrong. And we'll give him a nice horse.
守护家园。
And this is actually a pretty decent Emperor's seat because it's incredibly inconvenient to get to. But we're just gonna get rid of their crummy retinues and replace it with something slightly better. These remnant warriors, interesting. %99 armor on veteran lance cavalry now. 99% armor. This is just like a garrison force, so we'll give him some archers, and then we'll give her a bunch of guys that want to be on the wall. And they will hang out here and serve honorably. So we get 6% armor from that. Is there another one over here? No. This weaponsmith would be a desirable pickup. Well, we can think about that as we move down here once we deal with Wu. Oh yeah, and he's just super broke still. I think here we just wait, put more pressure on him there. And the capable Yuan family in the north helps, you know, get our noble houses stronger. All right. So speaking of people Unlikely. Now that the Sun family's gone, there's some more retainers, and that actually means that that sentinel. Well, no, the idea of somebody being there to keep an eye on them is funny.
根壮而后枝叶繁茂。
But we need someone not in their family to watch over them, right? To watch out and report on them. Why not her?
诸位猛士，随我征战。
His retinues, I mean, mostly fine. Let's just get a thing there, and yeah, spear guard. We'll just drop the merc infantry. Hey, 2 warrior monks? Sweet. We'll keep both of them. 1 for one and 1 for the other thing.
怒雷。
大人有何吩咐？
Good enough, and they're not meant to be like going anywhere, just to show the flag at this major city and try to make sure it doesn't get taken as we think about repositioning the other armies in a bit.
志如流水。
若任其发展，冲突将无可避免。
Nuzhong wants to sign peace with us and give us basically nothing.
若任其，
Guess you don't know how this works, buddy. But hopefully she'll be able to get off of the boat safely. They catch us on the water there. We were not able to assist. Mattia watches helplessly as they sink. Like, the pass. Can't the pass just beat him? Shockingly, no. Well, that's, he's kind of close to the Emperor, isn't he? Well, to the Emperor's seat. Liu Biao, we leave it in your capable
被行
hands.
动。以柔克刚。
威加海内，乱世遂定。
大人亲临，士气大振。
Alright, and then you... Commander... Just dragons, yeah. And Sun Tzu will be able to show his loyalty. Getting his berserk thing, but... also the passion. The little conqueror. Well, you know, what's he conquered? Nah, that's not fair. He didn't have a lot of opportunities to conquer things, because I was conquering everything. But we're going to send Mustache Man up this way.
只有稳固发展，人们才会交口称赞。
And we get Legendary Weaponsmith for 5 AP damage, faction-wide. As if we needed to be stronger, baby. We are. Of course, 5 on a hero ain't too much. 5 on a general is a much.
三思而后行。开战！开战！缜密谋划，方可取胜。聚气凝神。悉听尊便。
百姓们放弃此地了吗？
不断前行，
统一行进。
我军所向披靡。这样行不通。
Move all of them up. Things on this front are totally fine because our vassals are beating up on our enemies here.
你要怎样？你会为此等愚行后悔的。
And that's right, a full call to arms against the Yellow Turbans. Take them out, guys.
我军必
Of course,
胜
the，tax collector could have helped.
威武不屈。
Oh, on the map, she's got the Blade of Zhongnu just like she should. Sweet.
正义必胜，我等应设宴庆贺。心如利刃。
I think there's like a crafter over there. Maybe it's an animal guy, though.
莫要急躁。
I It's like, are we gonna have to brawl here? I don't know. Maybe. Well, if we do, this army is quite capable of beating up on some fools. Might be a big one, though. Might be a big one. But we probably have walls, you know. Can just raise some dudes to help.
力求上进，功名震天。秋收时节，万物永生。
Like, whatever happened to Zhang Jin? Because he's not in our faction somehow? Oh no, they just were out, so they're readers. And I'm like, and where's Sun Ren for that matter? There we go. Oh, but of principal concern. The Imperial Jade Seal will be held by our beloved daughter Lu Wanzhu. And certainly not by him. You know, she has authority. And certainly not by him. Speaking of cool stuff to take away from him and give to other people.
挽弓欲射，则屏息凝神。
正气如火，熊熊不息。
Gao Shun's wife is going to get the ancient silver sword. And Gao Shun, most loyal of generals, will receive heavenly fire. Good stuff. Wonderful. I don't think they have any halberd type stuff to take. We're not going to take Sun Ren's sword, of course. What would be the point? We're just going to put her in army anyway. Or turn the game off, you know. Alright. There we go. You know, I mean, we could take it, but no, it's not who I am. I like her. She's my girl.
唯有扫清六合，天下才能平定。
全军注意！
至柔如水，以应万变。
Speaking of, is our
立刻群敌，廉洁奉公，忍受苦难。
Yeah, that's right. We need another one here. Got distracted by looking for the other Sun person.
心如止水。
Yeah, we don't want them to like get any ideas, right?
遍地丰收，照民欢泰。
By which I mean we don't want the veteran loyalists of this Guerrilla of the Gorges, paltry armor. And they want to be in forests. Well, you know, maybe someday. Saber infantry there. He's a champion, but he gets... No, he's just normal. He's just a composed and genteel guy. Okay. Yeah, just we'll just get no
大人亲临，士
the
气大振
mercs。can just some dragons and dragons. Yeah, I guess they are... Okay, so Zhang Yun has come from all the way over here, right? And has been being a total boss, harrying the Kingdom of Gung this whole time, I guess. Wonderful. And this, I mean, we're gonna take it. This is sad though, because, you know, this was Dong Zhuo's brother, but,
到此为止吧。
you know, he just comes to us and is like, look, I, you know, for our family, let's just agree to let everything go. And Liu Ji's like, what? We didn't do anything wrong. And Lu Bu's like, no, you know, we can do that. Lu Bu, reasonable compared to Liu Ji. But some of these fools still embroiled. Bum, 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 bum. You know, they might find some of our spies.
千层波浪，充实巨岩。
志行天下。
Here we go, and we'll run down, take this, and be able to recruit them here, and then we'll be able to be at the at their imperial seat ere too long.
思维迅捷，则可避其锋芒。深思熟虑。
谨遵命令。
机不可失，时不再来。
平定天下。
势如利刃。
力求上进，功名震天。
And then we grab this army again. Bring Sun Rin along for the party. I mean, why not?
家和万事兴。
大人召我，荣幸之至。
Because even here we can make this just a... Yeah, because... Yeah, we'll just put Lancers in his... They have Mighty Knockback, so they can go anywhere at this point once they're there, and then she'll get some Yellow Cav to round it out. Because she has no any knockback. Hooray! We'll give Zuchu the stallion there. She can stay on her fast horse.
保持镇定。
前进！
逆贼，休要挑战我的耐心！
It's like, well, you know, we might as well find peace of them. They don't have anybody. They don't have anybody on the list. It's all right.
你在耍什么阴谋诡计？
Alright, there we go. And now Liu
受
Zhong
奴役之苦。
has decided that servitude to me is better than destruction at my righteous hand.
心怀炽烈。准备远征。
And they're staying in a door from the middle of the hallway, which gives you an excuse to leave for the street back. Well, hello. You missed a glorious fight. Wu tried to abdicate like 18 times, but you know me, I wasn't having that till we got some names checked off the list. But the Three Kingdoms here, the Setting Suns. Yuan Shu was there. Oh, it was cinematic, right? So Luji's doing her duels, and we're like, all right, one duel at a time. And then Yuan Shu is there, and like challenges Lu Bu to a duel, and Lu Bu is like, oh no, and then just deletes him in like 4 seconds, right? And then we captured after the battle and executed him, obviously. And Zhu Chu went and won a couple of duels. We married off people well, you know. Dude, so Zhao Yun, also the Emperor, well, Liu Xie is in our faction. We just like, he was just there. So we married him to Auntie Zhao Yun, and he's like, you know, gaining levels and all, and yeah. He's level 7 already, you know, in like 2 years. Zhu Chu got to level like 9 off of the back of it. It is insane how much experience you get. But of course, he has no position. He's just here to, you know, make everybody calm. She wants to defect imminently here. We're gonna just build network again there. We don't need to belabor this too much. This is about to be the very end, right? Yeah, we the Emperor just stuck around, and I was just like, because he wasn't even in the pool, he was just like there, and I was like, you know, maybe if he's 100% satisfied with you whenever you do it, blah, 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 he'll just, like, chill. But yeah, and it has this little, crown on, but yeah, you know, and, 5 morale for allied forces and stuff, and then satisfaction, you know, why not? And we don't get those from him because he's not the faction leader, but plenty of these are faction-wide, no matter what. The line of sight is, the anti-spy stuff, public order and experience, even more satisfaction, you know. So it's only some of his benefits that are error-related, and plenty of the other ones that you get anyway, so. Yeah, he's, and he and Liu Bei really like each other, you know, and maybe Liu Bei was like, hey, you know, just go tell him you want to work for him. I know Lu Bu's had some weird stuff go on. Oh yeah, Dong Min tendered his vassalage, and we accepted. You know, he was willing to put it behind him, and in the interest of family, we're willing to put it behind us too. He was like, you know, let's just forget about whatever happened there, and then Lu Ji's like, whatever happened there? And Lu Bu's like, whoa, no, it's all right. But it was an awesome battle, and you know, nice big wide open spaces to fight in, and we cycled out some of our units and stuff, and we had like really good solid like layering of our forces, and then of course once you win your first part of the fight, then it all is fine. But you know, we got our duels, and we didn't get too far out there, and everybody got to shine. You know, Lu Bu got to crunch somebody, and Zhu Chu got to have an awesome duel, and you know, Lu Ji won a duel or 2 or 3. It was several. But Sun Ce dueled Zhu Chu at like the very beginning, you know. Zhu Chu ran out there, was like, no, pick me, and beat the freaking brakes off him. Lu Ji at the time, well, this wasn't the very beginning, this was a little bit into it, but Lu Ji was like dueling another one of the Sun family. I'm like, what if it gets Oathsworn? I'm like, he'll probably still win. Boy, howdy did he ever. This is a campaign that would benefit from a random start. You just start off like on the coastline somewhere, or just like somewhere like, hey, Lu Bu woke up. Hey, you're finally awake. Trying to cross over that border, right? Vermilion Comet. If she's below 50%, she becomes a fatigue immune.
力争天下衰弊，虽万死而不辞。告诉他们，我来了。
我的目标十分明确，向前进军。千层波浪，充实巨岩。
迈向胜利。
向前进军。
But we already had a couple of armies here. Of course, you see the siege train.
出发。不。
But then once we won the, oh, it was great. So we saw them on this side of the river, and we're like, well, what if we hide over here and make them think we're not over here? And then they brought 4 stacks over, so it was like 10,000 of their troops, and we fought here and crushed them. And then of course they tendered their resignation. And then down here we got some Sun family, plus a guard to stab them if they try to betray us. 5% armor for own army, pretty sweet. But yeah, leading to, 91% flying riders, pretty good.
我绝不动摇。
94% armor Imperial Palace Lancer Cavalry, which, of course, are super incredibly good on everybody, because they get Mighty Knockback, and without the Malice to replenishment, they're just strictly what you would want. So once you get to Empire, then, you want your red generals to get the household cavalry with the shields, because they get Mighty Knockback through them, and then anybody else can get the Lancers, and they'll be bonkers, and barely better on a Vanguard than they are on other people, and maybe better even on a yellow person, because they would get, like, more speed through the tree typically, right? So pretty interesting how the mod works around in those ways.
正在行进。
准备行动。满怀信念，奋力一战。挽弓预射，则屏息凝神。
坚定不移。
I'm like, do you think the Kingdom of Gung's gonna give up? No, they're too stubborn for all that.
“来说说你怎么想的吧。” 那就如此吧。
And our guys over in the north have the Yun clan there fighting over in Korea Way have done wonderfully to acquire more vassals. We just spun off 2 armies there, and everybody else went, to deal with other problems. I think we've got a couple armies just hanging in the Central Plains because we still haven't cracked Way. After we got Zuchu in the pool, I cared tremendously less about getting rid of the faction. Because the only reason I really wanted to get rid of the faction was so that I could get Zuchu into the pool. But and we get a family spear. My grandfather used this against the bandits. And a war axe. Take your air, cavalry bonus. And we're gonna raid the looters. That'll show them. The looters declared war on looters. Curse you, looters, you've ruined looting. Gongsun Kong here, who gets us, you know, a philosopher, not that it matters. We've got, the satisfaction problems are over, right?
心怀中正。
Chance to use something yet? Suchu? Yeah, he featured heavily in the battle. Funny how my favorite character. It is funny, you know.
行事谨慎，可称机敏。
Because I guess, you know, but just I guess the champion personality, you know, because like I love an Ajax figure, right? Although he's sort of vanguardy, but you know, like the somebody who would get an epithet, the Tower, and you know, like the Bronze Age, like the guy who stands up, like clad in armor with a big shield and says, "I'm not gonna move no matter what you send at me," you know. And of course, you get that in the Vanguard thing here too. But you know, but just like the immovable bravery, like I totally dig that. I'm like that. That's my jam. I like that way more than like the giving into rage of Achilles sort of thing. But I mean, sure, Ajax gives into madness. Different, because Ajax before the madness is very much the Tower, right? Oh, hey, Kemi. But you know, we can hardly accuse people of having problematic madness. But what, are you joking? Oh, for shame! Oh, for shame! Oh, for shame. Oh, you won't abdicate? You won't abdicate even though your own men have abandoned your emperor's seat? Cowards.
准备作战。
心如止水，气聚神明。
拿起武器。
Cowards.
快去！怒吼吧！
行动如一。
Well, we're hardly gonna let him walk in there alone.
开战！保持镇定。
I mean, we're not gonna like do the fight.
我只怕辜负
Although it'd
天
be
下之
funny.
人。
You know what? Why don't we? Why don't we just?
平息战乱，一往无前。
Just Dynasty Warriors it. Have as much cavalry as they have units at all. No, we're just gonna auto it. I can't believe they ran out. Sure, we had like 6 armies, but like shameful behavior. The Emperor's seat is captured. Victory is ours.
正用得上此城。
所谓命运，皆由兵刃和鲜血所写。
Little bit of an anticlimax there. Thought at least we would get a brawl.
天下不堪再受。
No, I mean we had the biggest fight we've ever had, basically,
昔日妄议
against
中伤之人，如今黯然无声。
against the Sun family, who was really the kingdom that we were fighting, you know, the whole time.
和非议。如今他真正
They
成为
were,
了
they
天
were,
下无
you
双
know,
的
it
霸主。
was.
所谓天下大事，分久必合。
Mithran, you say, can I share the list of mods I use?
天子之成
In the
天
description, you'll see
顺
it.
天而治，
190 Expanded is a mod pack. You can search for it in the Steam Workshop, and you download it and you get all of it. Liu Xie should be there. I hate this screen. This screen's a lie. Liu Xie should be there. Anyway, I need to learn how to Photoshop for the first time in my life and make a custom thumbnail where we put Liu Xie's face over this guy's face. Yeah, prove our dominance indeed. They just had to bail. But yeah. Total victory. Favorite character? Is anyone surprised that they could tell? 33 years old, Liu Xie won 33 duels. Gao Shun, longest in our service. Gao Shun, formation breaker. Gao Shun, loyal and true, right? And someone left a comment in an earlier video, and they like Gao Shun. I like Gao Shun too. But they were pleased to see us featuring them. That's what's great about this mod pack. It frees you to do some stuff. Because normally in vanilla, you can never take 2 vanguards in an army. And, you know, blah, blah, blah. But just awesome. And, but yeah, Mythrander, try it out. This mod pack is insanely great. It's so good. You may be familiar with, like, Make Them Unique and Total Unique Pack, MTU and TUP. You'll see them abbreviated like that on Reddit or whatever if you're there. But this is it's like 17 together, but you go to the Steam Workshop thing, and it unpacks it all. You don't have to download them individually or whatever. And then I have one other mod called Ink Selection Marker that just, instead of the circle around them, it makes it a little swirly ink thing. I think it's pretty. But yeah, so... when it all began...
天下万物复苏。
No, it's like, we're going too fast. Alright, so this is me? Yeah. In the beginning, we had no land at all. And we moved over. By 193, we had conquered Jincheng, right? By 194, 195, we had got the rest of the lands in it. In 196, we took over at Ma Tong's place. And, of course, you know, destroyed his faction. Got Ma Chao into the faction. And married Hualonli. And then, bam, we were in a great spot here. And I think we spent a little bit of time just focusing on... No. We immediately went and fought over here with Zhonglu. Okay, yeah, that's what we did. And then... I'm like, what happened here? Zhonglu, okay. And then from there... Ah, yes, that's right. So the Emperor got taken in like 198. In 198, yeah, we were down there fighting with these things over in Shangyong. With people, and then the Emperor got taken. We immediately rescue the Emperor and bring him home. And then from there, set out on retaking all of the lands of Chang'an. In 202... we have what Dong Zhuo used to have and more. Bam, and then we spin off Gao Shun to the north, if memory serves, while going over to the east with the main army. Taking over things. Solidifying our position a little bit. And then we decide we're going to go across the river. Jump in. Jump out. Vassalize stuff. Declare ourselves the Emperor in 212. By 213, finally force the fight that we want with Wu and take over their faction. Because 212, they wanted to abdicate immediately. But we move in and get it done. You're loyal to my channel as long as one use spirit. What a lovely thing to say. Thank you. Wu Jing leaves as the Empire dissolves. We have captured the Emperor's seat. And...
地岂容你胡闹？困兽犹斗，小
And
心
for all that they used to be a kingdom, you know, they're under our
看着，
umbrella now. And we see they really did, you know, have a good chunk of things here in the Nonman lands going on. You know, a weird and awkward setup. But, I mean, I guess we could try to fight Zhurong. Chabot, you're alive! 48 years old and strong. She's an insidious chief. She's the one whose name I know, you know. But, yeah, I mean, who else? At this point, at all points, crossing people off the list was excessive, but to get the really big battle with Wu was worth it. I mean, I guess we can go down and try and see if we can find
把我惹毛了。
逃平乱贼，诚
any brave Nonman warriors to fight
每一个
before
都颇具智慧。
it's all said and done. Just move it along, move it along.
心怀大义。
Because I mean, really, I mean, the realm isn't like secured, right? There are all these problems going on.
怒吼吧！
恢复原样，天命在此。
But with this shank stab, I think that's the end of Wei.
都放了吧，谅他们不敢造次。
Indeed. The Duchy of Wei is destroyed. And that's our last obligation to the Emperor, right? That's our last obligation to the Han. This guy who spat in the face of it. And sure, you know, so did we, but... I mean, big whoop, what a fight about it. Most of the Zhao clan, of course, fell to ruin. Zilong, for the times that we released him, has faction fondness, even though we slew his father. But of course, that is how it goes. And that is how it goes, you know. At this point in the formation of a dynasty, no matter your grievance with a guy like Lu Bu, or a guy like whoever it is, it's your obligation to yourself and your family and everybody under your rule to find a way to not get burned down. And I figure that's what Zilong saw there too. Yeah, we executed his dad. It was a little while ago. Yeah, it's the sort of thing that you get a feud about. But when the Emperor of China does it to you, you either get over it or you don't. And not getting over it is the last thing you're ever going to do. So we'll hire him. Who are you married to? Not visible at this time. All these bouncing babies born into our family. The next generation. Torch-bearing pyrophile? Burn Burn it to the ground. Ooh. Whatever this dude did in life, negative 50% fire resistance to the enemy army would be crazy against the Nonman. Anyway, we'll put a pin in that for our Sun campaign. We'll know that this Sun Long person is going to be born. He's going to be born in 206, 207, or grow up in 206 or 207, and we're going to be able to use him to great effect there. Lu Bu Huangdi, martial lord under all heaven. May his reign last 1,000 years, indeed. And though some things aren't on the list, it's not really anybody that important. Sorry, Zhang He. He was great with us. He helped out a lot, you know. But we defeated all the Sun family, the Tigers, the important people of Wei, mostly. You know, the smart guys, the clan of Yuan, and many others. 272 personal victories. Oh, that guy there at the end. Well, not the very end, no. Yeah. Right after declaration. Because Wu was around for what, like a hot minute, longer than it was like doing well. Like 60 years? No. Yeah. I don't remember. But yeah, no, there's no chance we'll get a... I mean, yeah, look at... I mean, she's not on the list. There's, like, what are we gonna get from this fight, right? She's like, look at her stack. Like, what? Yeah, we win. We win the game. It's not stabilized. I mean, doing it wouldn't be, strictly speaking, interesting to me. Someone should himself live too long to torpedoes into his heir's chances. Yep. You know, nothing like a person who doesn't want to name an heir properly. Alexander. But, you know, I guess we could probably try to peace out with most of these guys now. You know, just to clean up the map a little bit. Oh, yeah, there we go. I'm like, we didn't even get, like, the actual ultimate victory. There we go. Ultimate campaign victory. Favorite character is Liu Xie. Really? Because you get a victory with Lu Bu, I think, just for having the Emperor seats at all. Because his goal is like Dong Zhuo's. It's called, like, China must be dominated. And most of the goals, almost everybody's, is China must be united. So you gotta, like, get the seats and do this stuff. But I think his is just, like, get the seats at all and you're fine. So you could totally, like, play a Lu Bu campaign where you didn't have a home base, maybe. And, you know, you had one that you didn't care about, and you were just bouncing around. And then whenever the Emperor crisis goes off, you just, like, try to, like, sweep them up and hold on to him desperately. But three marauding armies stealing receipts. Yeah, you know, and you get your little mercenary contracts or whatever. You're just, like, sneaking around in, and then yoink. But, you know, it's a nice little family tree, too. And we got Gao Shun a nice wife, and I'm sure they'll have some bouncing baby children. The mustache guy and the tax collector get to get married, and Zhu Chu and Lu Ji, Lu Long and Guan Yunping, Lu Deng and Zhang Jin. You know, it's all a big happy family here. But can you raise an emperor's seat? Yeah, I think so. But the sadness, right, Luke? So here we have the last thing at the end. So what was Dong Zhuo doing that whole time? What made him change? Well, he had a new girl and something, you know, in like 192. And then, you know, he decided he was going to try to be a better person, you know, in spite of everything that had happened in the past. Just, you know, became a family man, and, you know, doted on her. She's an academic, you know, spent his time teaching her, you know, all the arts that an academic should have. But sometimes you can change too late. Or in Lu Bu and Lu Ji's case, sometimes you can change not at all. But I love these two. Look. They may call Lu Bu ambitious. But was he not offered thrice the kingly crown and thrice refused? I mean, because it's not like... We didn't just, like, get rid of the emperor. No, this was a great campaign. Yeah, one more successful girl for the family. Yep. But we had some big heroes in here, you know. Awesome stuff. Got to play with Chung Chung a lot. Just a great campaign. That is true, you know. We didn't just get it in Usurp, you know. We waited a good decade. And frankly, I mean, as the Emperor didn't even leave after we did it, he just sat there and he's like, just let me talk to someone in charge, please. Like, y'all be cool. Like, I really like it here. I've lived in Chang'an for a while. Like, I don't have to live in the... Can I visit? Like, y'all be cool. And why not, you know? And we finish it up with the... Then Chang'an for most of his childhood. Yeah, and then, you know, up here for a bit. And then in adulthood back here again. And, you know, it was a nice place.
我方已走投无路，不得不降。那就快点吧。今天先认了，不过明天你给我小心点儿。
那就快点吧。今天先认了，不过明天你给我小心点。
Sasa didn't even have him for a season. That's how much besides the character's right. Yeah, you know, we did so good. We were in just the right place for it. What a charmed campaign, right? But there we go. Now... Hey, look at that. Kongming is like, look, Dad, I am telling you, getting on this island right now is the right thing to do. Stuff's about to get squirrely up there. But, you know, a couple of pockets of, you know, dissatisfaction and stuff. Yeah, Chogo. Yeah, he's a king and he still, you know, vassalized himself. But, you know, makes sense enough, right? But a glorious victory. And this map looks way better than the one we had before where we didn't clean up more of the Central Plains. Because, you know, some bandits here, some bandits there, some problems there. I mean, this is like way on the hinterlands. That's how to the guys gotta wait for the south right? Just wait, like, isn't there water there? Not forever. But alright, there we go. Our land, you know, the lands that we have in there, a little messy looking due to the wound, but got to be one of my favorite campaigns of all time, no doubt. I just love Liu Xie so much. This mod is amazing. This campaign is amazing for being in it. Starting in 190 is just tremendously more engaging to me than starting later, because it feels like there's more little things that can go awry. Like you don't know how Cao Cao starts out so strong and Yuan Shao starts out so strong. It's cool when the factions end up where they are, but it's also cool to see, you know, like here, Liu Bei ended up quite decently powerful north of the Yellow River, sort of bullying around with Yuan Shao. Like, that's interesting. You don't see that every time. Big contrast to the last movie campaign, which we already... Exactly. Like, I ran around. I got in fights. You know, and eventually we just burned some stuff. Like, you know, sure, it was somewhat earlier, but I'm still the guy I am. I still wanted a story, but, you know, there's... The more unique characters there are, right? The more mechanics there are, the more fruitful a time you can have playing it. So, just really fun, and managed to sort of, rather than throwing a fit the whole time, figure out he just doesn't confederate him as an II. Well, that does make him never get the land then, huh? Because I guess it's probably because he's always so afraid of Cao Cao's strength. But yeah, awesome. You know, Gao Shun, getting to feature him for the first long while was great, and then, you know, later on too, man, Hualan Li. Awesome. I didn't use her ability as much as we should have done, but, you know, that's the thing about those archer clicks. Like, just because you can get 2,000 kills out of them, if you just get 400 kills out of them, that's probably going to be enough to make a difference. But so many awesome duels, so many great fights. And honestly, this campaign may have done wonders for my ability to deal with Bastion artillery and to push sieges in less comfortable times than I used to be doing, right? Because, you know, I'm so slavish to the idea that we need to burn down the towers or crack the wall or whatever. But, like, really, if we could just get in there, distract or destroy the Bastion artillery, punch the door down, and bum rush the show, maybe, you know, because, like, fire arrows, I'm so married to the idea of them because they're very good, but, you know, whatever about the turtles, whatever about the fire arrows, just get inside, have somebody that can win, and you can do it, you know. And to defend gates, indeed. And to turn the battle timer to 40 minutes, that'll be another thing that we change in the next one. But just an awesome time. Do I love this as much as the Zhongzheng campaign or the Shu migration? No, of course not. But this is like a solid number 3 for me. This was an awesome time. Really loved it. And, you know, we'll definitely play a Lu Bu campaign again. When we do, it'll be less I'm gonna cross everybody off the list dynamic. It'll be more, you know, emergent, I guess, and less knowledgeable about that being there. You know, we'll try to cross stuff off, but it won't be like, oh, we won't hire this guy, or we're gonna declare war on that guy to get him on the list. It's gonna be like, if it happens, it happens. You know, we're gonna free agent it and maybe try to go a different direction and live in like the mountains of Zhao Yun, just because I think it's a worse place to be from, but just to get a little bit of a different story. I don't know, try to do stuff a little different. I think it could be cool, but seems pretty emergent already. Yeah. There were just some times when really, so you were what? It was really just the year where Wu wanted to abdicate and we didn't take it because we wanted to fight him, or the fight with Dong Zhuo. That was great for story and stuff, but if we had elected to not do that, it would have been a much more beautiful story all around. None of the darkness that should be attendant to taking over China would have been there, but like, you know, the flash of rage at the core of the dragon is there. And we did capture that too. So for all that it's less of a cozy and cuddly campaign for it. But yes. Early brawl with Su Huang would be tough and interesting. Yeah, absolutely. But all you have to do is get them in some spears, dismount and crack them, right? It's 100% doable. Not in a duel. Not in a duel. But just on the ground when he's on a horse. Embroil him, surround him, get him down. So I feel like that's the way to... I mean, that's how to deal with everybody that's scary, right? Or everybody at all. But no, go ahead. It was a good story. I guess I'm just hung up on not accepting the abdication, even though it would have made sense to do it. I mean, it was unconditional surrender and giving all of their land to me, you know. But also, I mean, I see myself wanting to refuse that in every campaign. Regardless, right? So I guess, yeah, you know, let's not chalk that up to the list. Because there were 10,000 enemy troops across the river, and they wanted to surrender. That's not my idea of a total war campaign. You know? After you beat them surrendering, I like that abdications in the game, I do. Well, plus we spun up 10 premium quality armies. What do we expect them to do about it? If we wanted them to think they could win, we shouldn't have presented such a force that they couldn't have defeated. Yeah, exactly. We would have denied it for longevity anyway, for sure. Because even just thinking through like what we did, you know, it was all responsive to. We did a great job. It was responsive to the demands of the campaign. We needed a place to live. We wanted Hualong Li in our faction. We needed to solidify our power base. We wanted to hit Zhonglu because he was next to us and we wanted to hurt him. We hit Dukin there, right in there, because we needed to get a vassalization point, so we pushed that. We rescued the Emperor because he needed rescuing. We fought at the gate passes because Cao Cao was coming in the gate passes. You know, we took the rest of the land there. Yeah, perfect. It was... Yeah, looking back, although we directed Lu Bu to the list, you know, that fight with Yuan Shao had to happen anyway. The fight with Cao Cao had to happen anyway. We didn't even start that fight with Wu, I don't think. Yeah. Good times. And of course, I just love my girl Lucci. She's the best around. No one's ever gonna bring her down. What a time. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and jump off now. 7.5 hours in the video. I hunger a little bit. We'll be back around tonight playing something. Maybe another campaign of this. Who knows? I should try to play more than one game, but I'm just so engaged. But, we'll see. We'll see. I think I'm gonna... I think I'll go buy some pizza. I think I'll treat myself. I think it was a month or a month and a half or 2 months ago the last time I did it. I don't like to eat out too much. It's wasteful. Some pizza seems good. Anyway. Yeah, why don't I? Why don't I just? Well, thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Luke, glad you could be around for the wrap-up of it. Even if you missed a little bit of the fun stuff. Yeah, we had some big old brawls in this one too, you know. But there we go. There we go. You gotta... For all, you know, we cut the dukes down to size for a while. You know, maybe we should... I guess... Well, no, because that was Emergent too. We weren't waiting for them to... We weren't trying to make them not go to king so we could fill out the list. We were trying to fill out the list before it happened, because I thought it would be over too soon afterward. And the delay only made the game better. Yeah. Yeah, I did a good job. We told a good story. Excuse me. Yeah, we told a great story here. Good stuff. And... do you know, I didn't even confederate in Liu Bei's faction, right? Sure, we married in the daughters, but we didn't even get... Oh, yeah, that's right, because we did have so much money, we would have had shockingly great armies instead of just very good armies. We gave ourselves a mid-game, right? And, you know, we talk about that all the time. You get an early game in Total War, and then you, like, how long's the mid-game? How long's the late game? Because if you jump to the late game, then the game gets over. Awesome time. Yeah, we got to use, you know, a smattering of the local units. Sure, lots of the ones that we already knew and loved, but plenty of new ones too. You know, we used some Blade Masters for a minute. And those northern noble purple sword and shield infantry, those guys are solid guys. I feel like getting those into your armies if you live up there is a good choice. You know, that's going to be some good melee infantry. Sure, you got to be rank 6, but hey, you know, if you get some of those, they're going to win fights for you. Highly evasive, very solid damage, good armor, plus shields. You know, that's, they're just a stone's throw away from being great. But we should put a pin on them. That's right. You know, we could just not do so many of the hunters. Yeah, I think a more organic approach to the local units would be nice, where rather than feeding a stack all of the thing, you know, it's more like, you know, we could set like a limit of one per unit per retinue type of thing, you know, and not try to go out of our way for it, especially for the Chung Hunters, which, you know, like, they're great, but, you know, running huge stacks of them, I mean, it's great. It's good, but it did get in the way a little bit of seeing some more of the units that we could have done. And while I'm not opposed to whole retinues of the local units, there's probably not many Chung in China. Right, yeah. Like, that was thousands. A couple thousands, because it's what, 40 in a unit, so 240 per retinue. So we were running with at least several thousand of military-ready Cheong, just, you know, rocking out, yeah. And, yeah, being more being more judicious with the local units will also let us, you know, get some of it. But, you know, from time to time, you know, especially if somebody, you know, if the Ma clan is there, you know, you have one of the Ma's there, you get them, then it makes more sense to feed one of them in there, you know, if you get somebody that's from the local region, or that, you know, it really fits their style, you know, like Sai Mao is the guy who's the seafarer, or Gunning, you know, and then you get some marine units, you know, we could be trying to target that more for more flavorful retinues. Yeah, I like that. I feel like that'll be a good change, because, you know, we'll try to, you know, see where they're from, and that'll, you know, keep some of their character rather than trying to cookie cut them, you know, into what we feel like they should be, you know, because sure, we're gonna need Lancer cavalry. We gotta have Lance cavalry, but there's still room for, you know, not just that, you know, so you know, maybe we'll try to get less stamped in regular armies and more little flares of uniqueness, even though it's a little messier to look at and be like, wait, that one's red and that one's yellow and that one's red, but they're not all the same. But yeah, but we'll see what we can do. Of course, the next one, I'm not sure what we'll do, but I've got a suspicion. I have a suspicion. There are so many options. So Liu Bei may be right. Sun Jian with 194 mechanics, also a great choice. The Bandit Queen. You know, we haven't played Bandit for this yet. I adore her. We'll get to see, yeah, what the Protectors of Heaven, Defenders of Earth look like here, and I think, yeah, and demanding tribute this time. We're not gonna do what we did the time before and have a slow start where we don't get rich and become awesome. Like, we are going to rock out. It's gonna go good. Or we'll get a game over and we'll try again. We're still going to be playing on normal. I think, honestly, normal is much more my speed at this point. I don't feel like I have a good enough grasp on how to play tight to be able to deal with the big dangers of the opponent's factions. I mean, it was already almost more than we could do a couple of times, and we were playing freaking Lu Bu. And we started with level 8 Liu Xie, and I still barely did it. So, you know, I feel like normal/hard is a good thing to be on. Think you can handle hard? Well, we might move it up to hard. Looking at the set, I mean, I guess with Lu Bu, it's even worse satisfaction problems there, but, you know, like, in a normal faction, you have much more wiggle room, especially if it's small, you know, just a few titles is all you need, and the payment for them isn't that much, you know. A couple here's your 50 satisfaction, and it really doesn't matter what's going on with your difficulty there, you know. It's more like if you have a huge family and they're all jerks. But anyway. Bum 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 bum. But we'll talk about how we need to use more varied retinues and then get a whole army of hidden axes. Don't at me, as they say. But you have to care about Imperial Favor, share the supposed discretion and punishment. Ah, yes, all of these are things that are true. And Imperial Favor, for all that we rocked it out this time and did a great job with it, it is a little annoying. But yeah, we'll be trying to get in some merc contracts and tributaries like from the jump. We're gonna be running around trying to get it in, hitting people with our axes, trying to remember not to take duels with her because she's, you know, a person and probably doing what we always do and trying to get a Sentinel and giving her those axes and using her to hit the opponents in the face. I mean, theoretically, it could be a male bandit Sentinel, but you've probably met me before. So we're going to find her and give her the axes and use her to hit guys in the face. And then poison volley time. But anyway, that's all for right now. I know I've said goodbye 10 times. I can't believe they just abandoned the Emperor's seat. We were all gonna show up. I had 10 trebs. We were gonna just, like, delete the wall. I mean, we could have done it anyway, but so much sadder without the retinue inside. Anyway, thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Hope you've enjoyed. Luke, always a pleasure. Glad you could catch the end of it. Loved this conversation at the end. Really given me some inspiration for playing a little differently there. Myth Randir, good to see you as well. You got to check out this mod for yourself for sure. Cammy, great to see you as well. Glad you like Yarta Humasud. Ellie, Vikings, everyone, thank you so much. And Lu Bu sits the Dragon Throne. All is well in China. And when we begin again, it'll be 190 and everything will be wrong. And who better to bring order to chaos than a bandit? Maybe anybody. But who more qualified? I'll see you guys later.